throw everybody off by starting in a weird time. Like, haha. They say one of the secrets to success on Twitch.television is to make a schedule and keep it, stay consistent every day. Apparently, I have, despite following this advice for years, I've decided to just disregard it. I'm just getting weird with it. Oh, well, Catastros. What and welcome, friend. I was just nattering to myself while checking the hot sheets. How you doing, friend? Got my coffee. We have a gorgeous indie game. Oh, is it? Oh, thank you for the heads up. Let me just tweak that. Sadly... I always forget this one. Is it deactivate? Yeah, okay. There we go. If you refresh your browser, it should be gone. I just have to check between... Yeah. The two choices you can do with extension is either deactivate or uninstall. And it's very confusing. The deactivate is the bin button, and the uninstall is the drop down. So you'd think uninstall would be remove it but keep it. Completely the other way around. Oh yeah! I mean, Catastrophe, shit, I haven't even had a chance to ask you, how's the library stuff been going? Like, my shit's been all over the place, so I've been starting at very strange times throughout the day. But I hope it's been going well, friend. I was pondering this the other day, and out of every, like, notable profession, you know, builder, plumber, firefighter, etc., librarian is one that is always held in the highest regard. Hey, Lance. Watto and welcome. Yeah, I know it's GDQ week, so it's gonna be quiet over here. But, yeah, I also haven't finished Hi-Fi Rush. And one of the pisses about doing this for a profession is I don't get to watch GDQ. I get to see, like, the nighttime weirdness, but, yeah. I just gotta hope that all the good weird blocks are, like, late night. Well then, Catastrophe, you know, I'm wishing you, like, with my varying ninja powers, as many of the shifts as possible. I'm just going to say off the bat that it's just me looking after the animals and your lovely selves. So if you hear whinging and whining from the other room, the animals are fine. Amos is just being a sulky boy today. Oh, Lance, what's on the horror block? Because, well, of all the genres to speedrun, horror's kind of comme ci comme ça, but I do find it fascinating because it demonstrates how retro horror games were constructed. I love talking about that. Oh, okay. Alright, I get you. Oh, anyway, I hope you're all doing wonderful. I have been both a mess and a busy butt since last you've seen me. I got introduced to the team that I'm consulting for, and they are wonderful. Though I found myself in a strange little conundrum this morning, because I did my introduction like, hi, I'm Will, and I decided this time, rather than wait for people to find out, because I put my little blurb about me and what I've done, and it kind of sounded a bit self-aggrandizing, like, my name is Will, and I've worked on video games for a decade. I am most known for these famous franchises, but there's several you've not heard. I'm like, this doesn't sound like me. This doesn't sound like the grungy numpty that you all know. So I was like, you know what, feck it, I'm just going to cut the ice now. Here's the Hot Pepper Gaming video. So that was like, look, this is, for a time, this was what I was most known for, and everyone had a good laugh about that. And Biggs, Watto and welcome. But the thing is, I wake up this morning and the first thing in the team post is someone asking, yo, has anyone seen Ted Lasso? And I want to be like, I've seen it, but I can't watch it very much because it's literally where I used to work and get ruinously drunk. So, like, the main pub in Ted Lasso is the place where I gave my mate Leon a fucking funnel because he wanted a 24th birthday like his 18th. So I brought him a funnel and hose. Let me tell you, that night was a glorious mess. If it hadn't been for somebody's partner, we would have had matching arse tattoos. But that's another story. Also, the actress who plays the landlord of the main pub in Ted Lasso was a children's TV presenter for the longest time. I mean, she's a working actress, so she's been in everything. You know, theatre, TV, children's telly. But... Yep, that's the one, Catastros. That's the one. That's the one I just showed him. Oh, you know, Ted Lasso is absolutely wonderful. It's just, I can't watch very much of it because I'm like, you know when things aren't where they're supposed to be in a geographically in a TV show? I'm like, that's not that! That's not supposed to be there! And it's also fucking surreal because it is a real place that I have gotten wanked in. But none of the people, you know, it's like uncanny valley for your memory, right? Also, Catastros, while I was looking up the Hot Pepper Gaming video just to share with them, I was having a look at like their most viewed. I mean, sometimes vanity gets the best of us, right? And I wanted to see where in the Hot Pepper Gaming pantheon I sat. Like, I'm nowhere near an Ego Raptor or a Maddie Mercer level. And I think I'm the second highest of the fire sale. I got beat by the Diablo 3 guy. But what's fascinating is looking over Hot Pepper Gaming, it's like a fucking who's who. And I get to be in that lineup, and that's a real compliment. I don't actually get to chat to Vernon that much. But I should reach out. Vernon was kind of like the organizer behind the scenes for Hot Pepper Gaming, who went on to join Game Grumps and work on Dream Daddy. So, like, Vernon's a fucking legend. Anyway, go have a look at the Hot Pepper Gaming page if you want to see both Maddie Mercer and Markiplier from like 9 years ago. Oh, Marky Mark looks so different. Anyway, sorry, there was me mid-story. So, Biggs, Biggs, Kimball, Megaboss, Steppergen, Lance, Watto and welcome proper. How are you all doing? I will say again, like, looking back over it, I'm definitely happy that I put some weight on. Every time I see old, like, rally point footage, I'm like, oh. Like, I was not healthy. that is not... I no longer look like a skeleton wrapped in ham, which is great, but... Oh. Also, I have not gotten the lighting good today, so... I have infinite forehead. Sorry, and to the Dice Goddess, Watto and welcome. Yeah. How are you doing, you lovely, lovely mother hobbits? Yeah, I do now have a Z-axis, Lance. It's great. Oh. Yeah. Lizzie, that absolutely does help. You know, worst case, get you a high partner that makes high food. So, like, the other evening, we had, like, a whole bunch of leftover beef and curly fries. So Fiona made like beast tier loaded fries while high as, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I ate half a fucking tray of curly fries, covered with cheese and beef and spices and flavour. It was great. It does also help that one of my comfort foods in the US is a whole ass box of mac and cheese. But seriously, there have been a couple of times this year where, I don't know, I haven't kept up with eating and stuff for a couple of days, and my body just goes... Anyway, sorry. Rhymes and Moose, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, Lance, fuck yes. Ooh. Just Dice Goddess going for their high school food mac and cheese. One of my previous partners turned me on to chorizo. Now, most of the time, I'll just do like diced fried bacon and then, you know, whatever additional cheese and spice and things to doctor it. Yeah, Moose, at least I like to think that I am content in myself because according to my mac and cheese, I'm a family of one. And I'm okay with this. I often think about... Oh, no, Varbles. It was Spanish chorizo because it didn't kick my ass. I often think about how if I ever had to move back to the UK, like what that would be like. And it would basically be me whinging constantly about nobody understands mac and cheese. No one understands mac and cheese. And Lizzie, I think I missed that. But, God, that was a sad sack of shit last week.
Almost everything is better with added cheese and bacon.
I mean, you're not wrong. Speaking of, like, high foods that Fiona has done, asparagus wrapped in bacon with, I forget what kind of cheese over it, but just, oh. Reasons why Will actually has a belly now. I'm very happy about this. And once again, friends, if you hear any whinging and grizzling in the other room, Fiona is not at home right now. And Amos is just on the couch being the saddest emo boy. Like, I might get him a little clip-on fringe. So, he is fine. He is not in distress, despite what he's telling you. Oh, shut up! You sad lad. What's wrong, huh? What's wrong? Do you have all the food, love, and attention you could possibly want? Yeah, you do. Yeah. Well, much like with the heat, Lizzie, I think definitely yesterday my mood finally kind of broke. And I do want to say, like, as always, thank you all for being the best bunch of Mother Hubbards. You know, it is not your responsibility to look after my mental health. But I fucking love doing this and hanging out with you all. And it is... yeah. You're the best part of my week last week. So, I just want to say thank you. I know, Lance. This is an animal that got to sleep in, like, literally in the bed with me until whenever I got up. Yeah, Dice Goddess, there's the saddest baby in the whole wide world. Oh, okay, yeah, Lizzie. So the thing you tagged me in, the thing was, I just kept sitting there being like, if you did that with chicken, that would be gorgeous. That was all I kept thinking. Like, that is a slow-cooked chicken recipe done wrong. Like, I mean, sure, but sure you could do it with beef, but I didn't see a food crime, Lizzie. I saw a wasted opportunity. What is that? I don't know what that says about me as a person. Oh. Anyway, sorry, enough of me telling you all about my nonsense. How are you all doing?
Mental health support bits.
Hey, Catastros, thank you. I mean, they are technically mental health support bits because one day I may be able to afford a therapist. But... no, it's just, if y'all sent me DMs or messages or things last week and you didn't get a response, that's why. No, so Lizzie, one of my previous partners, I've learned since that the name isn't correct, but they used to make this thing they would call Maryland chicken. Now, it's not Maryland chicken. I've spoken to many people since. That is a completely different recipe. So I have no fucking clue what this is. But it was a combination of, like, slow-cooked chicken wrapped in, like, the fancy prosciutto bacon. In, like, a bed of, like, cream and sweet corn and stuff like that. And you just slow-cook the shit out of it for, you know, for many, many hours. We would then serve it with, like, roast potatoes and stuff like that. Just, oh, that's what that made me think of, Lizzie. It's like slow-cooking chicken in, like, dairy. Like, feck yeah. Okay, so, Catastros and Lance, to answer your questions, yes, Joe Cat did bring a bloody great big raid in. Joe's been doing some, like, sponsor stuff for the Solister Crown of Magus DLC. And Harmonious did a massive cash donation. Like, feckin' yo. I know, and Lizzie, again, I know I should be outraged by someone slow cooking steak in mac and cheese stuff, but all I could see is a wasted opportunity. Although I will say, as someone who does enjoy steak and eggs, frying an egg inside the steak, like, that seems top tier. But yeah, yeah, Catastros, we had a lot of very big cash donations last week, and I'm extremely grateful for them because they've been allowing us to survive. Amos, you're alright, mate. The problem is that when he's freaking out because Fiona's not in, I can't tell if he actually needs to pee or if he's just being a whingy boy. So I do want to beg your forgiveness now, friends, if we end up, like, jumping up a lot. Oh yeah, the friendo counter is balked. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Thank you for letting me know, Lizzie. And Steppagen, thank you for filling the pint glass. Anyway, friends, 1, how are you all doing? 2, how about them Vidya games? Devolver's up to something weird right now, and I haven't had a chance to do a deep dive into it, but I'm fascinated. I guess the big stuff was over the weekend, People Made Games put out a 2.5-hour epic deconstruction of the situation around Disco Elysium, and it is winding and it is complex, and it isn't a clean story. There is not an villain. Which I really do appreciate, but what's fascinating is how hearing the stories of what happened on Disco Elysium are so reminiscent of a whole swath of things that have happened in many studios I know. So I came away from that documentary, or could you really call it a documentary? It's like an investigative piece. Just feeling like, yo, one day, everything's gonna have its day in the sun, you know what I mean? Oh shit, is it PAX badges tomorrow? Well, and Lance, brace yourself because you'll also have the opportunity to pick up one of the Nintendo Zone badges as well. I have no idea how Nintendo are going to be doing those badges. And Varbles, on the subject of the Devolver thing, let me just scroll back up and grab it. So it's the return of Volvi the Vole, Devolver Digital's well-known mascot character. we've never heard of this carriage before, but they did a little recap of Devolver Direct: The Return of Volvi, June 8th, and I think they're going to do some like unhinged revisionist history. However, distinct lack of Nina Struthers, which may mark the end of our Devolver Digital watch parties, but like, I don't think we'll have time to do every Devolver Digital watch that same day, because it's Summer Games Fest, which is going to be starting around, I want to say around like, God, what is it, noon? 2 p.m? Noon? Oh, hang on, let me go bring my emails up. Alright. I got my official go-ahead for the co-stream. Yeah, so Summer Games Fest will be starting at noon on Thursday the 8th. There's no way we're going to have time to watch hours of Devolver Digital ahead of time. So maybe over the weekend coming, we'll do like a group watch. For those of you who haven't seen it, so in the past, leading up to each of the Devolver Digital press conferences, we watch all of them in order, because there's a whole arc, there's stories, there's references, it is brilliant. Last year, Suda51 was put into a giant robot, and they did, and I quote, a blink-for-blink remake of one of the final scenes from the Never-Ending Story. It's brilliant. And Greybeard, Watto, and welcome. I'm actually back on time. And I'm trying to...
Hey, is this thing on? Therapy is expensive.
You can't donate meme numbers. I don't know how to process that. Holy fuck! I mean, nice. Thank you. Fuck. What? That is a whole heap of a dramatic duck. That is duck. No, Mega Boss. Thank you so much. Fuck! Sorry! Hello! Just... What? Quack indeed! Amos, you're fine, mate. Mega Boss, that is a massive amount of cash. Thank you kindly. And I apologise for Amos in the background. Fiona's not here, so it is the end of the world. Dumb. Fuck. Thank you. Sorry, I did not expect... Saturday was bombastic, and a lot of people put in a lot of cash, which has helped us an inordinate amount. Like, rent is all covered this month, all bills are covered, like, we are solid, which we've not been for a fucking while, let me tell you. And after surprise vet visits and whatnot, things have been challenging. And then on Saturday, everyone was like, air horn sound, cash register sound, air horn sound. So I was like, today I'm just like, you know what? We're just going to putter about on a cute little indie game. And on the subject of that, friends, this is my game of last PAX. We're finally playing it today. You know what, Lizzie, I absolutely did think it's going to be calm and quiet today. Alright, but Lizzie, alright, here's my logic. It is Summer Games done quick. Saturday was off the chain between people doing incredible things and crowd control, Hollow Knight. Like, it was really feckin' good. No. I just... Mega Boss, just, again, thank you so much, alright? As you know, friends, like, it goes to keeping this house going, feeding those little furry buggers, and keeping us alive. So I'm extremely grateful, friends. I'm extremely grateful. Right. I know times are tough for us all right now, and yeah, I cannot say thank you enough. Fuck. I was not expecting that. Thank you, Mega Boss. Thank you. All right, let me get my brain in gear. Congratulations, you discombobulated me wholeheartedly. So, this week, today we are playing the planet. Yes, the Planet of Lana. This was a game I played at PAX last year that was so beautiful, I legitimately forgot I was in a crowded convention center. Like, when the demo ended and the music panned out and the roar of the convention center started to wash over me again, I was genuinely surprised. And unlike the Forest Cathedral, I don't think it's going to disappoint us. Sorry, I'm still salty about that. Fuck, again, Mega Boss, thank you. Sorry, I really am thrown for a loop. Okay, so Wednesday, obviously more Rain World. Now, Thursday, this is one you need to put in your calendars for those who want to. We are going to be setting up our... did I bookmark it? No, apparently I'm an idiot. We are going to be setting up our Fantasy Critic League. Fantasy Critic is the game we've talked about several times, where we basically make fake game publishers, and we play it kind of like a fantasy football league. We buy video games, we try and pick the ones that are going to review the best within like a launch window. So you want games that are... so far as I can understand, you want games that are going to launch well and not going to be a complete disaster. I've been having a look at it, and it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun, so long as we all kind of draft the whole thing together. Now, the thing is, it is a fantasy video game publisher league that will be played for the rest of the year. We have 20 slots. So we're going to be setting that up on Thursday. And I've got some games for the longboard, for the longship sideboard. God, Mega Boss, you have thrown me for a fucking loop. I was doing well. I was focused. And then kajow! God, threw me for a loop. So Lagmeister, hang on, let me. So Lagmeister, there's two options. So one, if you don't mind it being discussed on stream and talked about, depending on like schedule, then that's just a question of when. If it's an alpha review and it's something that needs to be done like privately and off recordable channels, then yeah, send me a DM. We can work out a slot. Like, depending on how time intensive it is, it might have to be something where I say, no, this is going to be consultancy fee. But that just depends on how time intensive it is. If I can, I will do it like low cost, no cost. I mean, it would put the amount of things I'm consulting on right now up to 3 different projects, plus the longship. So, no one say I'm lazy. But either way, Lagmeister, like, you've got my axe, it's just how much of it I can offer. And if it's just overall like strategy and planning stuff, we can talk about it on stream. That's what I'm here to do. Okay, tell you what. Let me show you an example. So this is one of the open leagues that I found. I don't know if this is meant to be like a whole meme thing or what have you, but whatever. So this is a 6-person league. Hang on, let me zoom on in so you all can see it. So each person's got their points that they have, along with their projecting, their point actual, how many games they're released, how many games on their docket have been released, and how they're expecting. And I think this is how much of their budget they have spent. I'm still not sure on that one, but we'll work that out as we're going along. And the idea is that all the releases are essentially bid for by varying fake game companies. And so whoever bids the most gets to pick one and stuff like that. So as you can see, here's a bunch of the big bombastic releases. And down here you can see like each of the different publishers and their dockets and whatnot. So things like this person's chosen Silksong, but there's no guarantee Silksong's dropping. Also, you can't pick up a game that is 5 days away from release. So you've really got to like look at what's coming out throughout the rest of the year. Again, it's a fantasy football equivalent league, so it's not playing for anything other than like bragging rights and just, I guess, like the intellectual exercise of it. The other thing is that this is slightly different from how we talk about it because it's all about critical reception, not sales. So something like, I don't know, Oxenfree is going to do fucking great. Unless the game eats it. Journos loved Oxenfree, and they are very keen for Oxenfree 2. Whereas you look like Jedi Survivor, that ranks slightly lower because it's a Star Wars title, like, from an EA published studio, so critics can be slightly harsher on it. Yeah, Lance, it's freaking wild. And also, friends, if you don't want to play in the E3 per League, which will be our league, they have this thing which is like Fantasy Critic Royale, which is just you make a publisher and then compete with everybody else. Currently, Fat Squirrel Studios is winning. Oh, fucking
Spreading the love.
Hey, Hemp Manners, thank you. Like, thank you for all the fucking hours that you put in for Rainworld stuff. 25 fucking bucks for keeping me the fuck alive. Fucking yo. This is I didn't even say it was going to be a quiet day. I just fucking thought it. Oh. Look, Hemp Manners. Fuck. Thank you. You and Megaboss. God, I hope I'm worth it. You'll put a lot in, and I'm really, really fucking grateful. Thank you. God, you can't keep throwing me off. And Kimball, I do agree. I think Conan should start wearing fucking socks again. Like, if they've got money to publish video games, they've got money for socks. But then again, Troy Baker doesn't wear socks, and that creeps me out, so there we go. Now, what I will say, friends, is while there is a Discord bot available for this, I haven't decided if it's something that we'll implement, but we'll probably have a Discord channel for it, you know? Lance, so far as I understand, there will be trades and stealth auctions for titles. But again, we'll be doing it all live on Thursday. Just know that we have 20 slots. Now, they don't advise playing with 20 people. They advise 14 tops, but we're going to see what 20 looks like, alright? You know what, Mega Boss? You do. Just thank you. That's I keep just seeing the numbers and just being mind boggled. See this mind? It's boggled. Amos is singing the song of his people. Oh, thank you. But yeah, so that's going to be our Thursday. Friday is more Sea of Thieves. I have not kept up with the... I've not kept up with the ARGs. I'm well behind. I haven't finished the second mystery, Feathered Fortune. And no one solved Portrait of Plunder yet. So, again, if you're a Sea of Thieves player and you're confused to what I'm saying, the TLDR is there is an ARG going on at the moment, and whoever wins it first will get a Sea of Thieves style skull that is actually a gold-plated skull. And then there's like silver keys and medals for like first 100 and stuff like that. It's real cool. But what's cool about it is that it's a mystery and then an in-game treasure hunt. Then a mystery and then a treasure hunt, which I think is really fucking cool. And Asari, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Aww. Hey, Megaboss, that's really fucking kind of you. Well, you know what, Lance? I wouldn't have blamed you for getting Gollum. On paper... Sorry. Picking things all at once. On paper, a Lord of the Rings game should always be a feckin'... like an absolute gangbuster of a seller. Hear this sad boy. Amos, you're fine, mate. I'd flip between feelings and having to be a dog dad. Oh. Sorry. But yeah, jumping back. Oh, yeah. Well, so Lance, what was really fascinating is I was talking to some game dev friendos over the weekend about the Gollum situation. And it led me to this fascinating conclusion. Because, like, I'm talking to other game devs, and I'm telling them about the things that have happened. You know, the fact that Elvish is DLC, that the in-game encyclopedia is DLC, and that it has an emote pack for a single-player game. I was telling them all about this stuff, and, you know, they were rightfully going, ooh. Because we were discussing the whole thing about game devs. There was a gentleman on Twitter that says game devs should not have to apologize for mediocre launches. Oh, Catastrophe, were you not here for this? Yeah, no, the in-game encyclopedia is DLC, and the elves speaking Elvish is also DLC. Now, we've covered a whole bunch of this. I don't think we need to go super back into detail. It's bad moves, but... Amos! Stop! He's going to get the squirty bottle in a second. Sorry, I'm going to put dad voice on. Hey! Apparently dad voice summons Imperios. Yeah. How are you doing, friend? Coming in! Imperios, how was your show? What were you chatting about? Tell me your tales. I will assume Street Fighter 6 came up for your conversations. How are you doing, friend? More importantly, how are you feeling, mate? If I'd known you... Well, okay, actually, I can't say if I'd known you had the bad lurg, I would have... I've been a bit of a sad sack the last week. This has kind of just gotten out of it, but yeah. Street Fighter 6 getting 10s across the board. Hey, we'd love to see it. I don't know if I'll get back into Street Fighter, but I do have a USB Sega Saturn pad if I really wanna. Okay. Paris has his voice back almost fully. Yay! Well, then it is lovely to have you with. So we were just, I mean, we've been talking about a bunch of topics. One, we're doing a video game fantasy football league. As in, like, what if game publishers but fantasy sports league starting on Thursday, which will be for the rest of the year. So if you want to really get into the weeds, you are cordially invited. However, there are only 20 slots, so anybody who signs up, you do need to commit. And I will... This is one of the few times where I will put snark and or pressure, as there will be a mix of... There are lots of people who've expressed interest, and so I want to make sure the peeps who really want to get stuck in. We were just talking about Lord of the Rings Gollum, because in... Oh, and Vanderbeest, head of House Order. Thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. If it looks like my feelings are shaky, just check out the fucking alerts. People are doing a lot of things. But yeah, so the reason we got talking about Gollum again is that Lance was saying that they would have thought Lord of the Rings Gollum was an absolute shoo-in. It wasn't. I'm just gonna... I tell you, fucking Dinobot has not been doing its job. Yeah, so Dinobot's still active. It's just not doing the announcements. Alright, I'll give it another couple of minutes before I yell at it, but... Sorry. So yeah, we're talking about Lord of the Rings Gollum. Lance was saying that they would have thought that was a shoo-in for like a high Metacritic, or at least a 75. And it turned out to be a disaster. I was talking to some industry friendos over the weekend about it, and it's really fascinating because everyone kind of comes to the same conclusion. Like, ah, man, it was the business people, it was the publishers, it was the people deciding to section off things that would have been a great core part of the experience for pre-order bonus collector's edition limited. Because again, just very quickly, the big three that people were very, very cross about is that the elves speaking Elvish in-game is DLC. The in-game encyclopedia that explains all the bits of Middle-earth, that is DLC, and there's also an emote pack, which hints at having, like, the most iconic gestures. So if they've hidden the My Precious behind DLC, that's a grumpy one. And combined with having a very shaky launch and an aggressive pre-order campaign, this has not gone down well. But then it struck me of, like, this is why we do need to consider, like, all the elements that go into making a game are part of that game. See, yes, these are business decisions that were made. Yes, these are publishing decisions, but they have directly affected our experience. And I don't have a good term for this. Like, when we had Dan Olsen on the show, we talked a lot about paratext, right? And a lot about, like, external elements that we use to understand games. But what about things that externally affect our enjoyment? Like, I mean, Vanderbeest, Hang on a second, friends. I'll be back in just a moment. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, sorry about that, friends. So, Kelja, Watto, and welcome. I will give Dinobot a kick in the side just a second. Amos is acting up because Fiona's not here, and it is a lot to deal with all of it and everything all at once. Vanderbeast again, thank you kindly, and apologise because I was trying to pull together the thought of the additional elements that affect like our enjoyment and understanding of video games, because like it's a fascinating thing when you tell people about a certain business model. It directly affects how they perceive the game, right? And so often we look at all the building blocks of how a game is put together purely from like understanding the art in its entirety, which is a lovely thing to do, but to then ignore the implications that certain business models have on how we perceive titles, I think is an interesting discussion. Do you know what I mean? A Greybeard, I wouldn't say that's necessarily the case. I was just more... I mean, we got into the weeds over the weekend on Saturday about... sorry. Like I said, trying to be a dog dad and host at the same time is very difficult. And breathe. While also feeling a lot of things. Okay, so Tardy Bard, Watto, and welcome. You know what, Varbles, that is a very good point. Hearing someone describe something as a live service game immediately kind of tilts my head, because it's not just a business model, it also implies certain things within the title that are directly affected to the experience. Does that make a weird sense, or am I way off here? Sorry, I'm getting everyone a chance to catch up while I do Dinobot's job for us. Sorry about that. Okay. Hemp Manners, this might actually be... Yeah, no, this is Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere, so you good spot. I don't know what it is this year that I've just been on this, like, ambient, like, 90s, 2000s, like, menu music, drum and bass nonsense. I think it's just, yeah, again, it's kind of comfort music. Anyway, so jumping back. You're right, so Varbles, sometimes the business model directly affects the gaming experience. And it is... Okay, to kind of condense my point so that we can better expand it. What I'm saying is that we often talk about this thing of like, I don't know, that wasn't a creative decision, that was a business decision. And Gollum, for me, is a very, very good example of one can affect the other. And as much as I really want us to start regarding video games purely as art, you know, as a piece of art that speaks for itself on its own terms, like, we can't do that. You know, we all live under the great big hellish branch of capitalism. And that does mean that the manner in which we spend money on something or need to spend money on something really affects how we perceive it. Now, it's kind of like how free-to-play for a long time was an absolute, like, death nail of a term. Because what it meant was like aggressive microtransactions, a huge gap between those that do pay and those that don't, and almost implied a two-class system for the experience. And again, while that is a monetization conversation, it's an experiential. There was a time where saying, well, this is a free-to-play game meant, well, if you don't pay, you're going to be part of a class of peasants who exist solely to be wailed on. Or, if you spend a buttload of money, you can feel really good and really powerful, except for you'll be up against other big money spenders, so it kind of feels a bit meh. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not just how you're spending money, that's how you feel in the space. And the thing is, all the stuff we talked about today, we're not even talking about, like, the quality of the game, right? We haven't discussed how, unfortunately, it did need a lot more time and a lot more love and support. Oh, Dinobot, get fucked! Just stab Dinobot in the EEPROM. But no, sorry, jumping back. The things we've discussed today are all purely business discussions, right? So, for a game that is specifically about Gollum, and that's Gollum outside of the narrative of the Peter Jackson cinematic trilogy, it means that if it is good, like, okay, hypothetical situation, Lord of the Rings Gollum is a great game. It is brilliant, it is well made and wonderfully put together. It's the kind of title that people who really love Tolkien's work are going to be all about, right? So why then would you take the authenticity elements of it and section those off as a business decision? Because then how should a user consider that title? Because, I mean, perhaps this is me showing my age, but like, the core title is whatever you purchase as a standard purchase, right? So, if we look at a digital SKU as a box product, if you buy the game, that is the main core of it. And special editions, DLC, those are things added to it, right? So if those elements are sectioned off, like, I don't know. Friends, I hope you can see what I'm scratching at here. There isn't really a good allegory in other mediums for this. The closest I can think of is the Blade Runner cinematic cut, which was a business decision outside of the director's choice, and outside of, like, the actor's choice, but they were kind of contractually bullied into it. If you're unaware of this, the original cinematic cut of Blade Runner contains a narration by Harrison Ford, and he phones it in, at least as the story goes. He hated the narration and how everything was just kind of explained and really disliked the cinematic cut. So he fucking phones it in because he didn't want them to use it. And he thought if he was just monosyllabic and bored with it, they wouldn't. They did anyway. That's the closest example I can think of. I think perhaps like Alien Covenant might be another good one, where they took all the character development, sectioned it off, and put it on YouTube. So when Alien Covenant opens, like, it opens with the captain dead. You don't get to meet the captain of the ship. And you have all these characters who are so involved and emotionally attached to him and crying, and we as the audience are like, whatever. And there's never time taken to explain it, because his relationship with what becomes our main character and all of the other, like, pairings and couples and interpersonal relationships were explained in a YouTube series and in the trailers that were put out ahead of time. And I'm just like, alright. Now, is that a creative decision or a business decision? Either way, it affects us as the viewer. And in this particular situation, the business decisions are genuinely affecting how we're perceiving the title. Oh god, Moose. Oh, I think I blocked that out. Alright, we are not talking about Rise of Skywalker today because I will pop a blood vessel. But Moose is right. Somehow Palpatine has returned. Alright, I'll just give you the fact if you're unaware. In the opening to Rise of Skywalker, in the opening crawl, it says Palpatine has returned. Which is fucking wild because if you're watching the newest trilogy of films, Palpatine hasn't been mentioned or shown. Right? And then, suddenly, Palpatine has returned, his message has been heard across the galaxy, and we're all like, what? The actual message that was supposedly heard across the galaxy was first delivered in Fortnite, the video game. So yeah, I'm still mad about that one. Now Heb's saying that one point of view for Gollum is that it's a half price point product for people to get into, and the DLC makes it a full for hardcore fans to get new content. Hey, that is an entirely valid strategy. And then, here's the thing, if we start regarding these business decisions as part of the creative process, we're no longer looking at like a dev team held captive by maniacal business people. And we're seeing what is essentially like a creative misstep. And I wonder if that's something we need to start doing more often, you know? There are times when the creativity of the title can make up for bad business decisions. And there are times when incredible business decisions can make up for a lackluster game. I'm just gonna say it, Dead Island. Dead Island is a mediocre game at best. I played the crap out of it, and occasionally it's kind of interesting, but very rarely. However, no one has forgotten that feckin' trailer who saw it. That marketing campaign, absolutely choice. Like, the sales team busted ass and created weight and emotion and feeling where there was none. Yeah, Lance. Fortnite knew about Palpatine before the rebellion. Should have been playing Fortnite. I don't know. This could be because, you know, like, community, marketing, comms, like, that's my specialty, right? The biz dev, like, how games get made. And maybe I'm trying to find a creative foothold. But I do feel that as we move forward, as games continue to have more and more of an impact on culture, that the things around them do get deconstructed. Yeah, Lance, it was emotional damage, the trailer. And still one of the best pieces of, like, zombie media, albeit short form. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, I need a term, I need a way to describe it. We've often said that if you work on a video game, you're a video game developer. And that doesn't matter if you are a producer, if you are, you know, working fucking logistics, if you are, you know, making sure all the, you know, the fucking servers are up and running. If you are community, like, if you are credited on the game, you're a game developer. We've been saying that for a long time, but I don't think we have a really good vocabulary to describe how how, like, marketing and business choices genuinely affect our enjoyment of the title. You know? And I think Gollum is a really good example of that. Because it wouldn't have taken much left or right to change how that's all perceived. Here's a great example. All right. Businessy choices that end up, like, making people love a title more. For The Witcher 3, before it came out, they announced a buttload of free DLC. And you know what? All of that was stuff that could have just been patched in or added, but they chose to represent it as free additions, and that's just smart. Oh yeah, Lance, and the Gears of War trailer? Holy crap. Now, Amos, are you stressy spaghetti or do you need to pee? You're looking at me very intensely. Are you stressy spaghetti or do you need to pee? This is going to be my life today, friends, so apologies for the multiple interruptions. You want to come hang out? You want to come say hello? Yeah, you're okay. Come on in. Yeah, hello. Yes, hello. He's got to wear the shame cone today as well. Shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, friends, we'll come back to this thought later, but if you want to hang out here, you can, mate. Just don't booty bounce the PC. Hem was saying, like, silly question, but who's even making these decisions? Is it the lead devs, the directors, marketing people, sales, stakeholders, or business people? See, this is where we've been really kind of struggling. See, because a lot of the time these decisions are made publisher side, right? So they may not even be creative decisions or decisions that the creative teams have input on. And sometimes, especially when you're working really hard on a project, it can be very easy to lose sight of the audience, what they want, what they're looking for, and it can be very easy to convince yourself of bad business models. So it can be very hard to know where that's happening. It's very easy to blame large publishers and things like that, but we could never be sure. I guess what I'm saying today is, like, rather than trying to find a villain and say, no, the game would have been fine if it hadn't been for fucking, you know, Jazzy Jeffy B at Amazon Games. What I'm saying at this point is that we should really start considering these things to be part of the creative process. Or at least, like, the creative garnish, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that the business model should be taken and considered above creative decisions, but I think that it should be considered part of the process. Starting to think about the business of video games not as the packaging for the cake, but the sprinkles on top. Because, like, you know, a little bit of just, you know, a little bit of lemon zest might be perfectly what it needs to bring everything together. And on the flip side, no one wants a fucking shoe thrown at their cake at like 30 miles an hour. No one's gonna have a good time. No, the shoe did not come from the bakery, but you can't pull it out of the cake once it's been yoked into it, you know? God. I don't know. This is the kind of thing that people do a whole GDC talk about. Like, people write a fucking thesis about shit like this. And what's fascinating is that it's not about the execution that I'm trying to grasp at here. It's the language to convey the experience. You know? It's not... We're not talking about, like, ethical, you know, biz dev here. That's a very powerful thing. Okay, Aperio says, if we just take side-by-side shots of the choice system that's going around, what do you think happened here for Gollum? See, this is why I don't want to put Opus on, like, the publishers for Gollum, because if we look at Gollum's release state, it's shaky. And they did have a very, very strong marketing campaign. So I don't think that it is unfair to say that this could have been a marketing budget to content pipeline. But I don't know. Oh, sorry. So what I mean by that is sometimes in large budget video games, every team has a budget, right? Everybody has their health bar, their war chest. Most of it is being spent on people. So it means that like the music department has a 3-person headcount. That is their budget. QA have 30 people. That's their budget. You know, so on and so forth. Marketing and like external outreach and stuff like that, they'll have a lower headcount but a higher budget because the expectation is they'll be spending on things, on events, on, you know, wraparound ads or, you know, YouTube pre-roll, whatever. And so if the teams wanted to do something with other parts of the game that was fancy, it could be done as a marketing spend. I'm trying to think of a good example. So, okay, let's use Total War for example. Now, I can't comment on how Total War's budget was used, but I can say that for Rome 2, they had Mark Strong do a trailer where he did like a speech, and I can't remember if he did the speech inside the Siege engine or just one of the major trailers, right? And I believe his speech was added to the title. But I have no doubt that that was a marketing spend to pay for his time to then get that added into the title. So one could theorize that, say, the Elvish voice pack for Gollum may have been a marketing spend. Like, get together a group of people that can, you know, read and speak Elvish fluently, get them to do another VO cover of all the elves to try and create more DLC content and use it as a marketing spend. That's a possibility. And it's also a possibility that all of those elements were paid for by external like resource jiggery-pokery to make it happen. This does happen a lot, but I don't want to go too hard into like production and reworking budgets and, you know, robbing from Peter to pay Paul, as does happen with multi-project studios and stuff like that, because I think especially Kindball and other producer types who are trying to wind down for the evening, you don't need that. You don't need that bad juju to think about. So that is a possibility. The other is that they started to be very, very afraid of how few copies they may or may not sell, or they overboosted on marketing and needed more return on investment than they were ready to have. So it could have been that these things were in the main title and then sectioned off. But that was to create value for the... hang on a sec. Oh, excuse me. That could have been to create value for their pre-order Precious Edition, which is possible. Once you reach a certain point in a campaign, not everybody knows how well it will do, but some people might. And hey, off the beep end, afternoon, Watto and welcome. Well, thank you, Asari. So that's also a possibility. And here's the thing: is like we spend our days trying to understand these decisions and how they happen, and trying to break down the industry thinking that leads to that point. But the thing that's been striking me today is, does it matter? Like, if it genuinely affects how the user experiences the title, like, that makes it part of the process, you know?
Oh look, a button.
Greyjoy, thank you kindly for 16 months. Watto and welcome. And off the beep end, Scholarly Raven, it is lovely to see you. We're talking about Lord of the Rings Gollum, and I am trying to find a way to convey this concept that the marketing and sale of games, heck, even like a community as well, can affect the experience, and we should start considering these being part of not just the game development process, which we do, but part of the creative process. You know. Legend. The Redfall analysis, it goes. I was a miserable sack of shit last week, which I've managed to pull myself out of that one. I'm doing good. So I've not done too much more on the deconstruction. I've talked to a lot of people, and it's been interesting finding out like the other studios involved and like checking my theories with a few game devs. But no, at the moment, I'm back on Vampire Survivors. And I just found out that the money guy, his starting weapon, which is any weapon you want, evolves into Super Candy Box, which gives you any super weapon you want. And I'm just like, that's so cool. What? See, yeah, Kimball, it's interesting. No, Kimball, you are absolutely allowed to be bitter, and the whole process of, like, the big nonsense is kind of like creative fuckery. It's something that still infuriates. And as Steam Next Fest and stuff become more popular, demos are coming back into vogue, which is fascinating. Oh, sorry, Kimball was saying that, no! I've made too many E3 demos that take far too many devs out of the main game dev. Yup. Kimball's like, I'm not bitter. You're allowed to be. Because what happens is every time one of these E3 demos comes up, management will always say, no, we'll just polish up this section and then we'll add it back into the game. And they never do. They never do. It ends up being its own arsehole branch that requires a whole chunk of dev time and just as much feckin' like QA and post attention as the main game would have gotten. And just to hit E3 and maybe possibly come into that space. Now, I will say that with things like Steam Next Fest and stuff like that, users are a lot more accepting of demos that are a bit shaky. I think user tolerance for jank in demos is much higher now. Hey, Aperios, people have been saying for years they want to return to shareware, so yeah, demos for all, $70 video games, let's go. But yeah, we don't have to go too hard into this topic because again, I don't want to give Kimball war flashbacks before bedtime. Here's the one thing I will say, Kimball, and this, okay, not just to Kimball, but to those of you that have been in game dev and have encountered these like nightmarish situations. I watched the People Make Games Disco Elysium video, as I mentioned earlier. I watched the whole damn thing, 2.5 hours. And it came away from it with one thing in the back of my mind, and that is everyone's going to get their day in the sun. Because for those of you that have worked on especially a large like AAA game and stuff like that, the People Make Games video, the story of Disco Elysium will ring true on so many different areas. The inter-office politics, the he said, she said, or I should say, like, the they said, he said nonsense of it. Like, this internal bollocks that shouldn't exist, but absolutely gets in the way of creative decisions. It's feckin' wild. Hell, loads of people are struggling with the People Make Games video because there's no clear villain. There's obviously business shenanigans going on, but there is a case of at least one extremely toxic creative individual who was consumed by pressure and just took it out on everybody else. Like, it's one of those situations where there isn't a hero and a villain. There's a bit of shittiness all around, and it's... yeah. I can't say any more, but I look forward to a lot of people having their day in the sun. you know? And a lot of people will get the chance to tell their story, and it's going to be fascinating. Let me tell you, people make games will never run out of stories to tell. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Completely unrelated, this August will be the 10th anniversary of Rome 2. That's gonna be a fun stream, let me tell you, friends. No. Sorry, Eraman said every Zalavir deserves their Denny's. Nah. The Zalavir Denny's saga is one of the best examples of why the games industry is great, because we love him that much that we rip the piss, and even people that don't know him that well, they feel, I don't know, everybody feels a level of, pride is the wrong word, but like, Zalavir's success is all of our success. Does that make a weird sense? And the whole Denny's piss ripping, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's in such a good-natured family nonsense. So yeah. Kyle's like, but games aren't allowed, son. We crunch in the summer. Yup. And Kimball, it is so weird going from game dev to streaming, because in streaming, summer's the dead period. Like, yeah, June, July, and like, well, I'd say, so like, halfway through May, June, July, and then like halfway through August, it's just like crickets. It's wild. Whereas in game dev, summer's the point where like, either you're going hard or you're finding a new job, you know? Yeah, Wolfcrad. Zalavir is not just the Denny's guy, he's ours Denny's guy. And yeah. I am looking forward to seeing him like go from strength to strength, you know what I mean? I just hope he doesn't burn out. But shit, if he does, we'll all be there for him, you know? Yeah. But seriously though, there is talk of us actually sponsoring the Denny's in his name next year. If it happens, God, it'll be funny. God, it'll be funny. Oh. Anyway, so friends, thank you for letting me ramble on this topic. Like I said, I don't have a clear way to describe or to convey my feels on this. And I don't know, I guess it's something that I've always thought, but I haven't been able to really point to and go, whah. That games where the business model is taken into consideration with the game and is considered part and parcel. When you consider the art of selling games to be part of the art of games, I don't know. I think that's where you can get into some good brilliance. Anyway, right. So, for today, we are going to be playing a beautiful game called The Planet of Lana. Now, if you didn't hear my ramblings about it last year, so here it is up on Steam. This game is beautiful. It's a Thunderful published title, and this is one of the games that like I absolutely lost. I was absolutely absorbed by it, despite being at a convention. When the demo at PAX finished, I completely forgot that I was in a fucking crowded convention center. It was incredible. If you're wondering why I'm not doing System Shock, it's because I think System Shock's going to be more of an experiential game. Oh, it's on Game Pass as well. Brilliant. Hopefully they got a big old chunk of money for that one. It's a... like, gameplay-wise, it's Abe's Odyssey Light, but, like, visual and narrative, it's this gorgeous... I don't know. I always hate using the term Ghibliesque because it feels like cheating. But it's this little cute kid and their friend in this post-technology expansive, yeah. Volvo says they've heard it compared to Limbo a lot. Yeah, it's just because Limbo involves running from left to right. It is like Limbo in that it is a 2D platformer that has some emotional vibes, but that's honestly where it ends. What it does so well is the size of, like, it does scale incredibly well. Not too dissimilar from Far Lone Shores, in that it's you and your little cutie patootie, but because you have this emotional connection to something so cute and so small, it gives everything else this wonderful sense of scale. And when you start encountering some of the larger elements of it, like, holy shit. So that's what we're going to be playing today. I have been looking forward to this for fecking ages. But no, I wanted to just quickly chat on, like, we're not covering System Shock, the remake, because I think it's one that you need to experience personally. And I've played the demos of System Shock multiple times. And none of them have been bad per se, but I think that to offset a lot of the tension of the original System Shock, what they've done is created kind of this early labyrinthian maze. There's a lot of backtracking exploration in the System Shock remake, which I think is done very well. It makes you feel lost and discombobulated. It makes you count the laser shots and rely on your wrench. I think that's really fucking cool. Ah, Fearless. Have you pressed X to Jason? That's probably why it's not passing. It's, so what you want to do is when in specific areas you hit this button, so you can go, Jason! Jason! Jason, Jason, Jason! Jason! I think I'm funny. There is a wonderful bug in Heavy Rain that makes it the best game ever, where you can keep saying Jason or Sean in cutscenes, and it's amazing. It is amazing. Yeah, Navalis gets me. Sean! The line legend is funny looking. Oh yeah. Well, Catastrophe, we kind of capped off the Gollum conversation rather well. Well, not even capped it off. I just don't have a way to convey clearly what it is I'm putting forward yet, but I will. Oh. But yeah, I think that's it for kind of like game news stuff as well before we get into cutie patootie video games. We got a reveal for Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, going to be dropping on PC, which was a nice one. And I don't think there's anything really to add on the discussion, but yeah, basically Nintendo have scuppered the Dolphin emulator Steam release, which, like, boo on anti-emulation stuff, but God, I want to be a consultant for some of these like emulation teams and mod teams and stuff like that, because I would have been like, the fuck are you doing? If you put up a Steam page for your emulator, you've basically just drawn a target on yourself that Nintendo can punch, right? It's very, very hard it's very, very hard for a company to go after something like an emulator. Like, because especially if the source code is out there, if they're doing open development, if they're not reliant on one particular hosting setup, it's very, very nebulous. But to put something up on Steam, you do have to put, like, proper information up. Like, you basically just fired up a flare in your location. So I'm just like... Because there are emulators available on Steam, but they do very clever things to get around pointing a target on themselves. Moose says apparently they were using the Wii U BIOS stuff. Yeah, which is fucking... for those of you who don't know, pretty much since like the PS era, and I forget the specifics of why this is, and with all the coffee in the world, it's not jumping first, but it's like... when it comes to PlayStation emulators, you must find a BIOS separate. That is to say that to legally emulate PlayStation games on your PC, you have to flash the BIOS of an existing PlayStation that you own. I believe the same is true for the Wii U's and stuff like that. But if you are bundling that BIOS as part of a release, that means you're not doing that case. Or you made your own, which is very against the T's and C's. So, there is... Oh, which is it Arch something? Is it Arch Retro? Yeah, Retro Arch is an emulator available on Steam that is a multi-facet emulator. But Retro Arch is just the open source framework for multiple emulators. And so it is then up to the user to then find things like, you know, their own BIOS and how they flash it and add stuff like that. So yeah, the opus is put on... Yeah, the opus is put on the user to add all of those things. So that's how they get around it there. I'm still annoyed that Retro Arch is really, really bad controls mapping, because I was going to use it for streaming Sega Saturn games that I've acquired, because it's easier than hooking up the Saturn. And I think I need to like clean the laser on the Saturn, and I haven't had a chance to do that and stuff like that. So, sorry, the actual manner in which consoles are region locked varies from console to console. To my understanding, the difference between PAL and NTSC is like the actual physical output of it. The region locking, I don't know if that is at the BIOS level or if that's just like at the hardware level. I used to know all this stuff by heart, but it's dropped out of my head. And Araman, yeah, that's one thing that's fascinating, is the emulation scene is very much knowing, like, what you can say and what you have to imply. Anyway, that was just something that was wild, and it's one of those situations where, like, you all know I am pro games preservation. I am very much in favor of these things persisting, but it's just, are we not teaching the green beans the rules of the internet anymore? Like, and actually, Headmanners, I can see like the ghost of Nintendo bursting forth from like a bunch of canopic jars to sue future museums. Now, again, we've talked about this a lot. I'm not defending Nintendo and their choices on this one, but they've been hit more than a lot of the other large publishers when it comes to piracy, and they've had a very bad time of it in the past, which has made them extremely gun-shy and very litigious when it comes to this stuff. Because, like, Nintendo's back catalogue is revered and incredibly easy to emulate. Again, friends, the soft whinging you can hear from the other room is somebody who's having a whinge for no reason, because he's the saddest boy in the world. Got no worries. Oh, Megaboss, the Soldier Boy handheld. Like, oh god, that one just... That was just... It should have been called the Schadenfreude pocket. Like, it just... The only thing I wanted from that was a Popcorn Maker pre-order bonus so I could watch the legal destruction. And you know what, Aperios? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And Fearless happens to the best of us, friend. Happens to the best of us. But yeah, I don't know. When I was a Weean, it's like, we've talked about this. Obviously, we do not condone piracy on this Twitch.television, nor would I ever support, video game piracy in any way, shape, or form. As a Weean, there are lots of titles that I had access to that I wouldn't have otherwise had access to. But the thing is, I at least understood the rules, right? I understood the rules of the internet, that you don't talk about this stuff openly. And it's... yeah. Was it great being able to play a selection of very, very rare titles on my Dreamcast, for example, and being able to gain access to the experiences that would have otherwise been lost to me? Fuck yeah. I rave about Metal Warriors, a LucasArts published SNES title that is fucking impossible to get hold of. And the fact that myself and my friends not only got to play the co-op mode, but also the versus mode, and really taught me a lot about that, like, giant robot retro vibe that's really shaped a lot of how I observe and understand games. Like, fuck yeah. I played Live Alive. I didn't finish... I didn't finish... I want to say Mother 3. And I still kick myself for that, but I did play it. I always get Mother and Earthbound mixed up in my head of which was the OG title and which was the Americanization, because... yeah. Like, it's really starting to feel like as we get further and further on... Okay, Mother is the JP title. Thank you, Megaboss. As we get further and further on, this is really starting to feel almost like hyper-expensive textbooks. Like, we're putting our gaming history behind such a massive fiscal barrier. And nah, that's not what we're about. Now, do I think that teams like Nintendo should focus on providing us good, solid ways to play these on modern hardware? Yes. I'm all for remakes, remasters, but honestly, like, there's no reason why Nintendo could not create a good, solid emulation framework on existing hardware and sell us these games with, like, quality life improvements. Like, let's fucking go. But, sorry, I'm kind of getting off into rant territory here, so I do apologize. It's something that we've all talked about a whole bunch, especially myself and Nick, Occult Game Dev, of like, there are seminal works in our video game history that you cannot play without spending thousands of dollars. And like Eternal Darkness, to go from 0 to being able to play Eternal Darkness, like, buckle up, Buttercup, you are spending big money. Now, there is a fascinating scene of people that are using the additional hardware slots for the GameCube to create, we'll call them customizable consoles. Let's call them that. And I am all for this scene. Anyway, friends, I apologize. I apologize if I'm getting into rant territory. Like, on the plus side, this stuff hasn't gone away. And it's not like, you know, it's not like people like myself are kind of pulling the ladder up behind us. It would be nice if we could discuss it in a more direct manner, you know? And Varbles, I'm curious to see how that will unfurl as well. You know, and video games traditionally, and by traditionally, I mean like in its big introduction into the US, are essentially seen as toys. You know, the console was the toy and it had extra accessories. And it's moved into being understood as an art form. So, I have no idea. I mean, it's lovely. Okay, now Amos, are you just whinging to whinge, or do you need to go outside? This is my life now. Friends, please talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in just a second.
Sneak Amos Winge Bits. Bacon, Wolfcrad, Crux, thank you all. Okay. Alright, it is 2 p.m. The soundtrack is getting into some weird places, and I would like to start playing a beautiful video game with you all, so let's get stuck into that. Well, and Catastros, the thing I wanted to add is art that is told by oral mediums, unfortunately, either morphs, changes, or disappears. That's one of the sad things of human history. With games, we have recorded them. They are physical things that can be had, but technology is moving so quickly and so fast. And, you know, games themselves are made on such shaky technological ground that they still exist. We can still have them, but without very specific apparatus, it's very, very hard to bring together, you know? But what's incredibly interesting is the culture and the passion around keeping these things upright. God, I couldn't spell the word planet for a second there. Like, one of the things that I found heartwarming. Oh, Caffeine, we're using on like emulation at the moment and stuff like that. But one of the things I found heartwarming is that there's a whole underground now of people creating like Windows 3.1 and Windows 95 boxes to play a bunch of the classic stuff. So like you can buy a refurbished like, you know, Pentium 2 rig that is, you know, the absolute peak Windows 95 machine that you would need to play a large swath of classic games. Like, that just warms my heart. And, like, people have already created emulated environments for these things. And that makes me happy and all. And I guess it fits, like, as the happy music is coming in. Like, the love and passion that people have for our medium is never more observed than when you look into the emulation and the recreation spaces, you know? Like, you know what? Fuck it. This isn't condoning piracy, because you cannot buy this game anywhere. So, feck it. Back when I had money, well, back when I had something resembling money, I got this. And I feckin' love this. So this is a reproduction of Panzer Dragoon Saga on the Saturn. Now, if you haven't heard of this game, don't worry. This is the game that Final Fantasy VII beat with a stick. But to pick up a copy of this, you are talking thousands and thousands of dollars. And this particular company online does a gorgeous reproduction in this lovely, lovely classic style. And I think, if I remember correctly, yeah, see, it has some of the this gorgeous concept art on it. Now, here's the thing. At some point, friends, I'll show you this game. I don't know if it's one to play through. I don't heckin' know. But I can tell you that it's incredible. And it's a weird snapshot because it was the time when people were doing strange, fecked up things in the RPG space. And this is wild. They're like these bug-like mechanical vehicles versus transmogrifying dragons. Like, somebody does that in their spare time. They make those. They reproduce these with a level of love and care that you can't put to scale, you know? Yeah. Well, so Dice Goddess, I don't know if Panzer Dragoon Saga necessarily counts, but it's definitely in what's referred to as the abandonware space. Abandonware tends to be referential more towards, like, you know, PC digital and stuff like that, but, you know, for a long time, System Shock and System Shock 2 were considered abandonware because the IP had defaulted and gone to, like, an insurance company who weren't doing anything with it. So you could not legally buy a copy of System Shock anywhere. And so a bunch of abandonware sites had, like, an emulated ISO that you could just run and play. And that was how I played System Shock 2 for the first time. A game that shaped me as a person. God. So, I don't know. As we come into this game, I think getting mad at Nintendo for being overly zealous is fine. But let us remember that these things persist. And that where the business people of video games fail, those that genuinely care of the medium do step up. Oh, Rilu, sorry, I didn't see you sneaking in there. Like, what a welcome. Catastrophe says, speaking of Final Fantasy VII, I'm curious of what about that specific title helped the franchise breakthrough outside of Japan. Gorgeous cinematics, right place, right time, and a real, like, edgy 90s vibe. I mean, you have a main character with a giant sword and a motorbike. It was very different from what we had seen coming out of the RPG space. And, yeah, also, a gigantic marketing push. And Dice Goddess, I follow a couple of those blogs, and they're so good. Right. So, friends, once again, we are jumping into the planet of Lana. This is a wonderful and beautiful game, and I am absolutely happy to be sharing this with you. So let's just get stuck in. Once again, if you hear Amos whinging in the background, he's fine. Fiona's not here. So he is the saddest boy in the world. So apparently, I don't count for being a person. Immediately goes the wrong way! Oh yeah, you're right. Gotta get the bucket. Hello. Hello. Follow me. Okay. Oh. Oh! Beans! Hey, Catastros, go get some sleep, friend. Lovely catching up with yous. And I'm going to try and get better at starting at a reasonable hour. Air quote try. I will say, Abe's Odyssey does not get the love and respect it deserves for being part of that, like, iconic PlayStation push. Actually, in Caffeine, that was one thing I was talking about, is much like with both of the titles, the other thing this game does really well is scale, but it's going to be a while before we see that. Alright, Lance, have a lovely rest of your day, friend. And to those of you that are hanging out here, thank you. Bring back Gitaru Man. Gitaru Man never left, J-Post. Gitaru Man never left. The story of the little kid who kept eating shit. Oh, how are the audio levels, dear friends? Because for once, it feels like it's not like blowing my ears off. And his score is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, and Wolfcrad, thank you for topping up the pint glass, friend. at least for as far as I've played of this, like, the puzzles are pretty rudimentary. Nothing that's, like, brain-breakingly complex, you know? This is very much an experiential game, you know what I mean? And you all haven't even seen the best part of this yet. He's the saddest boy in the world. It's Sad Amos. Lego Racers 2, still pretty neat. God, the one I want to go back to is that weird Lego GTA game they made a while back. I forget what it was called. It might have been something simple, just like like Lego City, but oh, that's bad. That's no moon. Amos, you're fine, mate. Certainly is from his perspective, legend. That's what I get for not paying attention. Sorry. I was careening forward and I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, like I said, this is where you start getting a sense of what I meant for, like, the fucking scale of this game. Yeah, sorry, like, house prices are going to be dirt cheap when we get back. on, friends. If I'm not answering questions, it's just, I'm, keeping stum about stuff I know. So Keldra, actually, I don't know the reasons why the people are being taken. So that's something we're going to be finding out together. Hello. Hello. Follow me. Okay. That's no moon! No, it actually is a moon. Sorry, my apologies.
Like Lana, Amos too knows the terrible feeling of being suddenly alone, separated from all those you love, with only a numpty to guide him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's a bit much. He is loved and he is fine. The journey begins. Always go left when it tells you to go right. I do this because games have trained me to go the other way. It's my little bit of rebellion. Alright. So whatever is going down is still going down. Ah, I can't turn that way. We can hear some of like the muffled thuds and rumbles. Hey, you can take the guy out of QA, but you can't take the QA out of the guy.
Ila?
That's very hopeful. Sorry, Sailor just adding. Yeah, there's a procedure for that now. And Legend, the only thing that would improve this game would be barrels we could load this child into and shoot them out at velocity. Or a parrot that shoots coconuts. That would have improved our chances against the robots significantly.
Ila!
Hello, Amos. Oh no, be cute.
Come hang out? You gonna come flop?
Oh, we avoid Piggly? Amos, you're fine, mate.
Come lie down. Come hang out.
He's just staring. He's just sitting in the doorway, just staring.
Yes, hello.
This is my life, friends. Just so you can see, Amos is here in his little his cone mode. Just having a little sad boy time. Just having a little sad boy time.
Pete, you're okay. Go settle. You're okay. You're shallow.
This is what I live with. Now we're good. That's what I get for laxing my concentration there. Big Piggly was ready to tear us asunder. And feckin' we! Amos! Okay.
Yes, I know.
Hang on, friends. This is my life now.
More sneaky bits.
Alright, let's see if we can try that again, shall we? Let's see if we can try that again. Sorry about the wait, friends. And Crux, thank you kindly for the bits. Do this. Oh. Yeah, I think we Prince of Persia it up this way. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Ooh, I remember. And I do apologise, friends. I forget what we were bantering about before Dagstractions. The reason I'm being like mildly quiet with this one is we're slightly before the PAX demo, so I know what's coming up. And there isn't too much to highlight at this stage. Like, as you've all seen, like, in terms of its, like, teach by play, it's really good. You know? Despite not being, you know, a title with direct language, it's very clear about its story and its stakes. Oh, please. Oh, come on! Oh, no. I gotta remember how to do this bit. So I think what we're supposed to do is lure him over here. Oh, come on! Sorry, so OG Prince of Persia is fascinating in a technical standpoint, but it's not a fun stream. So the whole concept of, like, you have to beat it in an hour, I still think is genuinely inspired. There we go, that's what I have to do. Oh, my fucking life. Piggly here is doing me a damage. Oh yeah, no, and Keldra, despite the fact that, like, the only thing that the kid really says is kind of their friend's name. There we go. So much is conveyed from it. And again, like, you know I've got a real weakness for any game that is absolutely gorgeous with, like, a real economy of art. Alright, here we go. Ooh. I have no idea what this is. Finding a secret shrine, 1 of 10. Alright. Keep an eye out for those. No, Keldra, Bacon's still here. And once again, Bacon solves many problems. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that great big spooky explosion noise isn't anything we have to worry about. So the archivist?
Remember,
Archivist?
kids, pigs can't fly, but with sufficient thrust, it can be simulated. Obviously, that last one was found to be lacking in that department.
It had a little bit of momentum, but not a lot of lift. Okay, so compared to Gris, so this is less interpretive. This is more a direct story. It is the story of little Lana here. Their village has been kidnapped by things beyond their understanding, and something is happening. Little friend! Buddy! This is in movement and control scheme closer to, like, you know, Abe's Odyssey and Prince of Persia and stuff like that. Go find our little friendo. So, like, there are actually, like, little kind of, like, physicality puzzles and things to solve and stuff like that. Oh, and thank you kindly for throwing in a sub. I guess the TLDR is I played a lot of this at... Oh, no, I didn't play a lot of it. I got hands-on with the demo last PAX, and it was genuinely brilliant. As I've told this lot, like, 8 times... It was good to the point where I completely forgot that I was in a convention center. Which, if you've ever done like PAX Prime, is a high compliment. Now, we haven't started the bulk of our cutie patootie problem solving yet. But we're going to. It's so fucking cute! I don't know if you also saw, the team behind Gris just announced they're going to be doing another title. And sorry, I don't know. I mean, this title only dropped end of last week. So this game is very new release-wise. Yeah. And I got to admit, the next thing that... I'm either going to... beg, borrow, or steal is the line of slug pups that we're going to be getting. I think those are coming out in August. Oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned, friends, but yeah, the Sanshi's doing not just slug cats, but slug pups as their next thing. Amos, you're fine. He's staring at me and whinging. This isn't even like a I'm so sad. He's like eyeline right there, just going feel fine. You are fine. Oh, the biggest baby, Dice Goddess, the biggest baby. Well, so, Seiglan, I can't put super soft anime on because if it gets picked up by the mic, then it gets bad times bears. Oh, yeah. So, Archivist, this one is more... This is a complete story. So, Gris, as I'm sure you well know, is... You know, it is a very personal tale told in a very, very beautiful way. Whereas this is a kind of more of a classic story. This is the story of this character, their village's kidnapping, and the little friendos they meet along the way. I'm just trying to think of some other, like, very, very artistic, interpretive games. I mean, Gora Goa is probably the next one that springs to mind. That one is like a beautiful puzzle book as it unfolds. Oh, sorry. If we haven't met, hi, my name's Will. It's lovely to meet you. I worked in video games for 1,000 years, and I pride myself on being able to recommend video games, kind of a sommelier style. So please, please, please don't think that please don't take this as patronizing. I don't think that you or anybody doesn't know these titles, but, Stop getting captured! Fiends. Child dead. Yeah, these are mean robots. They are not kind. Oh shit, I forgot these guys jump. Sorry. Amos, you're alright, mate. It's all fun. Sorry, Archivist, and those who are new here, the sad dog sounds you hear, that is Amos. He is our youngest pup, and he does not like it whenever my partner is out of the house, and because they are out of the house, he has decided to tour the many myriad rooms of our expansive apartment. Oh, mate, you're making this. But you know, I was trying to think of some other really, really good titles in the similar vein as Gris. Oh, can't touch me.
Amos, you're fine.
Ah, beans! The life of a dog dad. Yeah, Sadie will have to find doggy headphones so he can listen to super soft anime. So friends, usually what we do is whenever like Fiona's out, I'll put on like like super soft anime. Like Amos fucking loves sushi. He's also been getting into. Yep, Beans has been called. Tis I, the Bean Caller General. Let's explore a little bit further. But yeah, no, so Archivers, you can see what I mean by like, this game has a lot more actual like puzzles to it. And Mega Boss, go get good sleeps. Have a lovely rest of your day, alright? And Wolfcrad, thank you for the pint glass. JFO, and all of you throwing in bits, like seriously, thank you. Apologies if I get distracted by puppy maintenance. Oh, that's bones. God, the thing is, we've gone through so many beautiful indie games over the years that I'm just trying to think of a few that spring to mind. Like the kind of things that would be off the beaten path. And, Bedinesis. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. An Archivist, I hope I did say thank you for you throwing the Prime in. Like, this right here is what I do for a living. So I'm very grateful, because from both myself and all the sad animals you can hear are entirely supported by this whole operation. I'm disappointed myself that I'm drawing a blank. Oh, and to Wet Paint Gaming, Watto and welcome. Cheers. And I see we've also been visited by Chainsawman outside as well. Oh, good. Today is challenge mode. Thing's so fucking cute, though. So fucking cute! Little friendo! And there is a dedicated be nice to the cutie button. You have to crouch down and you'd be like, yes. Okay, so from here on, this is where the demo begins. So, apologies if I blitz through this a little quickly. Obviously, like, the... Oh, yeah. I remember to say, so, like...
Ima.
So, stop.
Olai.
There we go. We're going to do some kind of, like, some two-for puzzles later on. So yeah, again, sorry if I zip through a little bit of this. This is the bit that I remember. There isn't a play dead command. Oh, there might be later on. Hell if I know. Like, I've looked up nothing beyond. Indeed, Ema means stop, Olai means follow, and R beans means I need to play the section again. So what we do here is we go...
Ema. Ema muy.
No, come here. Kitty.
Olai. Olai. Ma.
No, alright, come here.
Olai muy. Ema.
Whoop. And then we can return the favour.
Olai muy.
And R beans means you found lunch. I don't know why I've started saying it so fucking much. I think it's because over the years my no swearing on stream policy has completely dissolved.
Ema.
And so from this point I'm just like... I think
Olai.
I will blame Fiona on this one. I think it's allowed.
Ema.
Whoopcha! I love them childlike knees. Also, keep an eye on like the little rocks moving about. Alright.
Tiai.
Oh yeah, and again, I'm just gonna go bed for short. I hope that's alright. As I said, this is what I played through at PAX, and it's absolutely stayed with me.
Pamaki muy. Kialo.
We can tell the little cutie to go push things off or go hit buttons and whatnot.
Ema. Olai muy.
That is not a smart jump, kid. Parkour, parkour! I don't think we can get up there. See, I have a feeling the, sorry, we are all out of Marmite. It is a sad state of affair to be, but I'll survive. I know I keep saying this of like, you know, when we have money again. When we have cash again, we're definitely going to like the British import store. Actually, once we have cash again, we'll be able to get the PO box back up as well. But yeah, fingers crossed on a lot of things right now, friends. Look at these little ones. They'll hide under rocks.
did that! I guess I just did it last time.
Vamos aqui. Ima. Ima.
Come back, come back!
Olha aí.
Holy feck. I didn't know they ate him! That wasn't strangely horrifying, that was straight up horrifying. It was just like, it was sitting there having its little best time, and then the tendrils just wrapped around it.
Hello.
Little bitey. Oh.
Ima. Olha aí.
I don't think we can get that thing down, unfortunately. Just gonna have to leave it to have a little snooze.
Vamos aqui, mui.
The little one can jump way higher. Oh. I don't know. Everything happens so much of late that one thing I'm thoroughly enjoying is the fact that... Oh my god, Amos, you're fine.
Vamos aqui, mui.
Uh,
Hello.
no, one thing I'm really enjoying about this is... It's just absolutely gorgeous pace.
Olha aí, mui.
Little cutie. Sorry, I look forward to it. I look forward to it. No, I don't know why. It could be a wee bit of homesickness. It could just be like, I don't know. I don't know what's been going on with me lately, but alright, how do we do this? But I've definitely been missing the UK snacks. I think there's been a lot of talk of Monster Munch recently.
Hello.
I'll have to ask them, sorry, because I'm sure they've got some. Ah, here we go. This is what I wanted to find. Interesting. And Vulture Pony, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Alright.
Vamos aqui.
And you know what? Dice Cutters, they do sound like the little goo bits. Is there a proper term for, like, I don't know what to call it, like... Oh, I've got to... Okay, I remember now. So we've got to use this to then get up there and pull the planks off, and then move it back so that our little cutie patootie can shoot through the rope. No, is there a proper term for, like, nonsense languages that convey understanding?
like Simlish and stuff like that. Because I realise, like, linguistically, I don't have a good way to describe it. But, as I've been saying, like, I've been on a fair wedge of TikTok of late. And one of the things that's fascinating is when TikTok as an entity discovers something. And at least the people that are presented to me only recently discovered the soundtrack to The Sims, where a series of popular artists recorded Simlish versions of their songs, including, you know, Katy Perry and My Chemical Romance. And I think it's heckin' cool. Bed says that TV Tropes does just call it Simlish, but it's something that has existed for a long time, like pre-The Sims. So it's not too dissimilar from Animal Crossing and Splatoon, but with those, they're making a noise and the subtitles conveys the information. But with... you can see what I mean. I'm trying to think of the correct term. Our character here isn't necessarily speaking a fictitious language. It's not like, you know, Elvish, where if you can decipher it, it's its own language in its entirety. You know, it's lots of, like, noises and sounds that have the trappings of language but aren't, yet convey meaning. Shit, I'm trying to think... Man, I'm just brain dead today. The archivist says onomatopoeia. I thought onomatopoeia is about the vocal cadences. Legend says they think it's a subset of Kolangs, in that words that don't have meaning per se but convey meaning. Okay. Hey, look, I'm just glad to know that there isn't some, like, easy-to-use catch-all term that I've forgotten because, you know, I'm a brain-dead stupid that doesn't sleep and drinks too much. Okay, I don't know what the other colours mean, but alright. Get stuff, man. Can't touch me. And I do like that our little character is whispering the commands because there are still, like, robots and stuff nearby.
Hola, muy.
There's something to be said for a title that keeps the control scheme and the interaction type simple, and then uses that to better convey the back and... Oh, that's a big one. To better expand upon, like, the environmental changes between those mechanics. Amos, you're okay. I know it is hard being the saddest puppy in the whole wide world. I know the irony of me is not lost on me of having Amos whinging in the other room that he's so alone, whilst we are here playing with this tiny digital cutie. Oh, you know what? I do have some stories. So, we went to a friend's birthday party on Sunday. And when I say we only went because Fiona dragged us, I mean that I physically have been struggling to get out of bed these days. And so Fiona was like, nope, we're going out, we're going to be social, and we're going to take Amos. So I was like, okay, here's hoping that the wee baby Amos is not a challenge.
Ima.
And he was entirely fine. However, this little party was on a rooftop. And Amos was being his happy little social self, like puttering between people, just living his little best life. He was allowed all the water he could drink because, I mean, if he threw it all up, we could give him some more. I know, Legend, shocking, shocking. But what was hilarious is because, like, this was a fully enclosed rooftop, like, proper high boundaries, there was nowhere he could go, so we let him off the lead so he could putter about. And what was hilarious was he's been puttering about on this rooftop for loads, having fun, living his little best life, and he must have found the right angle to be able to see the ground, and suddenly realised how high up he was, and he comes back army crawling. Oh my word. Like, obviously, I'm not laughing at my dog's distress, but it was just... He went from, I'm the coolest, I'm the king of the world, this is amazing, to, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. So, we took him back after that. It was just... It was so cute. It was so cute. And the thing was, where his water was kind of next to one of the railings. And so, like, his absolute, like, water cravings combined with... his now sudden fear of heights
Hola.
was hilarious. So, like, he wanted water, and so he kind of shuffle crawled under there, over to the water. Oh, you're not going to follow? Alright. We got to send our little friendo over to there to distract the rock monster. Because we need to use the rock monster essentially like a... like a lift for this little thing.
Ima.
And friends, you can see what I mean about this game being a lot more puzzly than like Gris and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it was so cute. But no, he was very well behaved. Although we did have to sit in the car for like good like 15 minutes before we went in because Amos does this thing where he gets so overexcited that he just doesn't know what to do with himself. And the cute side of it is that his jaw will vibrate like he's cold, but in actuality he's just overstimulated.
Hola, muy.
Unfortunately, what does happen is, I believe it's called frustration barking, is that when he's like that and he's not allowed to say hi to a person or to a dog, he starts freaking out as if he has been denied. And because he's a pity mix, when he freaks out, he sounds like he's going to chew through metal. In actuality, he just wants to go say hello and he's not allowed. And again, trying to explain that to people makes you sound like one of those dog owners that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Anyway, so yeah, we had to sit in the car for a little while he just sat there and vibrated. But it's really cute that when he gets overstimulated like that and is in a good mood, he makes a chirrup sound that I've never encountered on another dag.
Hola.
So that was super heckin' cute. In terms of other stuff, like I said, last week was a lot, and I had a feckin' great time hanging out with all of you lot. Streams were pretty much my my big old focal point last week, and between just the sheer loveliness of all of you lot during the Hollow Knight session and the Gold Rush on Friday, last week was intense. So I was pretty exhausted throughout the weekend. Like, Friday, I just slept a lot. Sorry, Sunday, I just slept. And then yesterday, I had meetings and paperwork and stuff. But, trying to think of interesting things that I did. There weren't too many. I've been chipping away at Disney Plus's back catalogue, which I totally have absolute legitimate access to. I watched The New Mutants and then Werewolf by Midnight back to back, and let me tell you, as a double feature, fascinating. Oh, sorry. One Division is very, very good, so you're gonna have a great time with that one. Oh no, Wolfgrad, you lot were absolutely terrors, and it has.
Amos, you're still fine, buddy.
Bob. Come on. I can only focus on one adorable creature at a time.
And sad adorable creature is Big Sad Boy. Hey, you're okay? You wanna come float? You wanna come hang out? Yeah, good boy. Come hang out. There we go. There we go. You are okay.
The Absolute Winch King, 2023.
Hola y muy...
Hey, Rust Bucket, over here! And Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. But yeah, no, just last week I was absolutely exhausted. So I don't have too much in the way of cool stories. Well, see, Legend, that's the problem. Amos isn't a stupid. And I think here's a statement that we could all agree with. He'd probably be a lot happier if he was a stupid. I know I would. But... Ooh, pretty. This seems fine. I will say though, friends, if you didn't see the Hollow Knight session from Saturday, that was a lot of fun. It was incredibly silly, and I've learnt to despise bees, or what's his face, like the assassination attack. Oh look, a monstrous orb. This must be a Bungie game. So, Okay, so I had a look at the marathon trailer finally, and the assets around it. And do you know what struck me? One, that game looks fresh as hell. Two, why is that game a marathon game? Wait, you have...
Olaj. Ima mój.
So, I mean, okay, Varbles, I guess I do understand the answer to the question, because... Oh, beans. Okay, so I'm going to let Mui
Ima.
stay there for a little bit longer. Oh, okay, so, like, Varbles, it is one of those, like, I... just murdered a child. I understand. You know, it's really, really hard and really, really scary to launch a new IP. Oh, and to the archivist, please come on by whenever. I'm really sorry that I couldn't give you any decent recommendations. I don't know why my brain is jello today. I've had this much coffee. I should be a freaking genius. But I'll have a ponder for some other, like, really heartfelt art house games to recommend for next time. But no, it's that thing of like, it's incredibly hard to launch
Olaj.
any game, right? And if it's something based on an existing IP, that's always better. But it's just... the stuff they've done for this new Marathon title looks gorgeous. But it doesn't look anything like Marathon. Like, it's a fresh, like, acid neon creation.
Olaj.
And it slaps. In terms of, like, you know, things I'd love to see for an extraction shooter, it's there.
Ima mój.
You know, I love the Cycle, but the Cycle could be any sci-fi franchise, you know what I mean?
Famaki.
Aha. Look at the little rock. I mean, Varbles, that is a good point. Like, Marathon is known by certain squads, but, like, you know, it's not massive. Legends was saying, oh, Zero Seavant might be the only extraction shooter they've played. Yo, I hate Zero Seavant's fucking great. It is another wonderful example of, like, so Legend, Deep Rock Galactic doesn't count. Deep Rock Galactic, Rock and Stone! It's just an incredibly good co-op game. Well, whatever that is, that sounds bad.
Famaki. Ima.
it's not going to cross the light to come eat me. Ha-ha! Take that, blood monster. I'm learning. So Legend says, does anyone have recommendations for other extraction games if they weren't keen on Tarkov's aesthetic? I don't know of any other single-player titles. Yeah, I don't know of any other single-player titles. The other notable ones are The Cycle, which is a sci-fi... The premise is simple. You are part of a bunch of contractors heading to a strange alien world that was supposed to be like a mining operation, but then shit went south. So multiple factions are kind of like arguing over what went wrong and providing you with goodies, both scientific and shooty gun bang. It has more of an interesting like story and quest system. Definitely one you want to be playing with friends. What else is there? Marauders, World War I spaceships, where you go into like derelict ships, raid them, get goodies, but other ships are out there and you may encounter other players. Yes, The Cycle Frontier. A good friend of mine works on that one. Varbles, I think Hunt Showdown is fair to call an extraction shooter, although it's like with everything with Hunt Showdown, it is a weird mix.
Pamaki mui. Kialo.
This is fucking cool! And Legend, that's understandable. Hunt Showdowns, God, I love its aesthetic. Love its combat. But the gap between starting and being able to sustain is a long slog. However, unlock games like Tarkov, Hunt never busts you right back down to zero once you have the resources and characters unlocked. And Fearless, here's what I would say is temper expectations with Marathon, because I think it's going to be a good, brightly coloured extraction shooter, but I think that they're using the IP to launch something new, if that makes sense. I mean, from going over the assets I've seen, Gear Graphics asking if anybody's having Discord outages. I noticed that our Discord bots have been garbage, but so our little cutie patootie is also a power source? Oh, interesting. Oh, Aperius was saying that Marauders has some fun ship elements as well. And Fearless, that is a fugly link. That is a fugly link. What title is that? Ah. Interesting. Yeah, I know. He'll get used to it. Okay. So people grown from plants, a strange mechanical eye in the sky. Like, these seems to be bits from the secret temples that we found so far. Reaching out across the stars. Oh, fucking wee! This seems important. Maybe friends will have to start doing like a sad Amos counter instead of like a death counter. Gamificate my dog's strange practices. I mean, not to be... Well, I would not usually recommend. Like, perhaps it's worth having a look at good old Extraction Warzone-ness. Okay. It's puzzle time. Yeah, perhaps that's it. The sad Amos counter is just all. Okay. Okay. Now, is it that all of them need to be set to that? What's up, Amos? You pacing? What's up? He's so stressed out that he was a little bit sick. Not a lot, but just a little. Friends, I'm so sorry. You have to bear with me a second while I clean up some dog sick. This is the glamorous life of streaming for a living, you know? You know, when I'm not sipping mimosas and having pool parties with cool LA cool kids, it's all dog sick and laundry. I'll be back in just a sec. Hello there. Alright, let's work this out. And friends, thank you all for bearing with. Like, I don't want to get too into the details about what's going on with us at the moment because I don't want to jinx anything that's currently happening, but I'm currently very, very hopeful that we'll be able to talk about some good news stuff in the future. But it is seriously in the I don't want to start celebrating. Hey, Afternoon Hunter. Oh, okay. And there's a solution. Actually, Lizzie, I'd have to check mod chat to see what I haven't posted there. So 3 and 2 and 2 and 1. Alright. But Real Hunter, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Wait, but there are 4. Okay, so I guess we gotta back it up. Sadly, it is not an OnlyFans announcement. I'm sorry to disappoint. Okay, so flat is 3 and 2. So what is the 1 nubbin? That's what we need to go and find. Yeah, sadly. So it's the last one. It's fine, friends. There isn't a camera created that can capture the pasty pale of my flesh that has not seen the sun. I don't mean it hasn't seen the sun to date, or... Oh, okay. So it means that this is the only one we have to guess. We can brute force this.
Did you know that the Tin Woodsman from The Wizard of Oz posts spicy photos of himself? To see them you have to subscribe to his Only Cans.
See, while not too shabby, Nessa, one of our Sea of Thieves regulars, did actually work on the video game Only Cans. So, one either side. But Phyllis, thank you for the bits, friends. And yet, Aperios, you maintain the pasty gothic aesthetic, the pasty metal aesthetic very well. Okay, here we go. Ring that bell! Ooh, ancient stone music tech. As I said earlier, I don't like throwing around the term Ghibliesque because it's such an easy shorthand and it feels kind of lazy at times, but this is definitely giving me a real, like, Laputa, Castle in the Sky kind of vibes, you know? The kid is immediately vaporized. Oh, and J Post, thank you for filling up the pint glass. Oh, Hunter was doing some Stormblood post-credits content. Lovely.
Kialo, muy. Kialo.
Okay. That's very weird. So, Aperios, I guess the reason why I try and avoid using Ghibliesque is because most people, whenever they say Ghibliesque, they just mean, wow, that sure is pretty, missing the entirety of Studio Ghibli's, like, melancholy and often downright heartbreaking, like, storytelling styles, you know?
Hola.
Alright, so that's a spoopy bastard. Seems like some kind of haunting anglerfish. It's like, no matter how far we go, we just can't get out and away from Outer Wilds.
Kialo.
Okay, these are actually kind of cute as shit. And yeah, Wolfgrad, like, the Miyazaki vibe isn't just a look.
Hola. Kialo.
Aha, and then...
Hola, muy.
Okay. Sorry, here's me puzzle solving at the same point. So yeah, I'm not gonna give shit to anybody who goes, well, that sure is Ghibliesque. It's fine. I just... When we're trying to understand games, I think that it can end up stunting our description of really interesting stuff. So when I start describing this thusly, it's because it has that, you know, our character has come from tragedy, they're surviving, but finding, like, a little bit of joy and a little bit of beauty And plus the whole, you know, lost tech war is bad. Like, I'm for this, you know? God, I can't seem to make an interesting point to save my life today.
Vamos aqui. Ima.
It's me trying to solve puzzles at the same time. I think that's where we're aiming for. Yeah, so I do think Dice Goddess, like, in this particular instance, I think it's a fair comparison, you know? Well, okay, you know what? It's nothing to do really with the Ghibli aesthetic that I've been getting arsy about, like, cinematic comparisons. The one that really ground my gears was Trek to Yomi. The black and white hack and slash samurai game that came out recently. And that was described by critics and its own team as being a very... what's the term? A very Akira Kurosawa... like title, and I spent a lot of time with it, and honestly, like, the only thing that it had going for it in that regard was the fact that it was black and white and people had swords. Having spent a bunch of time with the Trek to Yomi, it's not... One, it's not a good hack and slash game, but two, it also completely misunderstood the tension and the aesthetic that made Kurosawa's work so good. Like, it lacks... something to that. But no, Trek to Yomi absolutely lacked any of the qualities that its source material embodied. And aside from one particularly interesting shot, early on in the game, as you're running through the village, there's a cut of your character running through the main street, but it's shown to you from inside of a house as the villagers are cowering as the bandits are attacking. But the rest of it, like, aside from the black and white visual aesthetic and the Chanbara style combat system, it had none of the pacing, it had none of the structure, none of the understanding. Yeah.
Pamaki. Ima.
Oh. The cutie patootie can't get up this way. Alright. That's what this is for. And yeah, so, Aperios, you're entirely correct. Like, Kurosawa films are a fucking experience. You know, they are... I mean, they're still talked about today for very, very good reason. And for a team to evoke that in both their messaging and, like, in their marketing, and miss the point of their source material, I find frustrating, you know. Their attempts at gamification very much undermine a lot of, like, the Kurosawa style.
Tamaki nui. Kialo.
That's fucking teamwork! Sorry. I think that's where my bugbear comes from.
Olai.
Because, like, as Aperius is saying, the Kurosawa... as... Oh, so Dice God is saying that something... It is frustrating when it feels like something's been given, like, sort of descriptor, but it's essentially a small glance. Yeah, for an absolute basic surface level understanding. And then Kurosawa... Alness, not Kurosawa themselves. Sadly, the ghost of Akira Kurosawa is not in chat right now. Be lovely if they were, but sadly not here. But Alness was describing like the whole thing around the Fountain of Blood and how the style works as a payoff of tension. Now, the Blood Fountain did end up becoming a very, very iconic effect in like Chambara films and has been carried over into games and things like that very well. But yeah, that's... The Blood Fountain is essentially a visual metaphor of tension. There are loads of stories about the first time it popped off. But the one you can see is how the pressure of it... The guy doing it is genuinely trying to stay... Oh, the child is dead! The guy who's actually has the blood spraying out of him is struggling to stay on his feet. To Katana, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. We were just talking about Kurosawa films. Or, well, we were talking about games that are described as evoking a certain cinematic style, when sometimes it's only really surface level. However, the more time we've spent with this game, it is safe to say that this is a very Ghibliesque title. You know, the grounding of it, the melancholy mixed with little moments of cute joy, the fate of everything hanging on a child's shoulders. You know, it fits the formula. What I was just talking about was Trek to Yomi, a recent title that dropped that... Oh, hold that thought. Okay, we're alright, it's just spoopy noises. A recent title that dropped that was described by both its press and its dev team as being like inspired by Akira Kurosawa. Whereas... Oh, this bit. How we do this one. Oh, shit. Kid's gone. But yeah, so Trek to Yomi only really copied a few of the camera maneuvers from some Kurosawa films and the black and white aesthetic, but missed all of the tension, all of the pacing, all of the characterization. And if I'm being perfectly honest, Trek to Yomi does such a poor job of the whole revenge arc setup. Like, again, what makes a larger portion of the Kurosawa Chambara films work is that usually our POV character doesn't really have an explanation or a heinous backstory or what have you. You know, we're just introduced to this character as they're brought through it. I mean, even the Seven Samurai, the characters that we follow, and I guess we follow the villagers more than anyone else, and, you know, the Hidden Fortress, I mean, that's just, you know, we've all seen Star Wars, we know the POV characters, but I think, like, Yojimbo is a good example of, you know, the wandering samurai for hire strolls into town and shakes everything up. The feckin' tension of our titular character walking down Main Street by himself against a whole ass gang of bandits, like, that's fucking tension. Having a long drawn out section where we play as an obnoxious child doesn't endear us to that title. It removes the tension and the foreboding, because we know kids can't die. So we have this whole opening segment where we just feel invincible. Anyway, sorry, yeah. Here's me. Yeah. But no, Katana, Watto and welcome. I hope you're having yourself a splendid Tuesday. We're just playing Planet of Lana. This game, you don't need me to tell you, is absolutely gorgeous. And was one of my, like, super whooper go-to games from PAX Prime last year, or PAX West. Okay, I get it. Everything. I mean, Hunter, you're not feckin' wrong. You're not feckin' wrong. So Perios, we don't know anything about him. All we know about these robotic invaders is they suddenly showed up at the beginning of the game with no warning and no introduction, and just kablam. Fucking wee! Yeah, get stuffed, you robotic shite.
Hey Will, you missed a bin. We're going to need you to hit that one as well.
Well, so what was fascinating, Hunter, is growing up, like, my nan was super into old westerns, especially a lot of John Wayne stuff. Who, he is a piece of shit, by the way. Like, we're not gonna paper over that. But what was fascinating is then, as I became more and more of a monstrous weeb, is realizing that a lot of what I enjoyed from that cinema was taken wholesale from, you know, Kurosawa's work and others. Oh yeah, and so the only thing we know about these robots is initially they were kidnapping people, but they were kidnapping them alive. They had these kind of like catcher robots that were descending. And that's all we really know about them so far. But we can't swim.
Meno.
Don't worry, we'll get you a floating platform or something, mate. Oh, if you're wondering why Amos isn't in full-on winch mode, is now that it's warmed up a little bit, I'm just letting him sit outside. River gets to do their whole, you know, queen of all she surveys. And, well, Amos is Amos. But yeah, that was one of the things that I found particularly interesting. Was deconstructing like Trek to Yomi. And what was very frustrating was was seeing like some articles and reviews where they made the comparisons to Kurosawa as well. And I couldn't help but feel like they were very much parroting the press release. Because again, if you spent more than about 5 minutes with that game, you'd be like, this is just another hack and slash. And I guess maybe this is one of those things where, like, as a fan of something, I couldn't disconnect myself from the source material. But again, if you're going to evoke the greats, you better be ready. Fiona has returned. If you hear the sound of what sounds like somebody clapping, that is Amos's tail hitting whatever is nearby. Apparently, it's a very common thing with pities and pity mixers. But yeah, it's one thing I will say, especially in video game marketing. You've got to be really careful how you evoke stuff. No, Louie. Little buddy. There you go. Because the fascinating thing is, like, if you evoke something so powerful that has such a strong artistic identity and you don't pull it off, it'll actually have negative connotations later on. And I don't know. This is something that's more common in like marketing than really usually the devs kind of talking about their own stuff. This seems bad. Okay. Alright, let's explore for a little bit. Make sure there isn't a... Yeah, Dice Goddess, absolutely. I think it's because it's something that appears to be horrifying at first glance, and is actually super cute. God, in the Ghibli style, they have no qualms in making something that appears to be super gross be a wrong one. As to be an absolute like sweetheart, or something that appears to be like friendly and super cute be a fucking nightmare. I'm looking at you, No Face.
Hola.
Right, bear with me just a second, dear friends. Oh, sorry about that, friends. Okay. Vanderbeest, I don't actually know if I said thank you. And if I did not, then I am incredibly sorry. I apologize for being a POS. And I will stop whinging about games that get it wrong, because... yeah. I mean, the only thing to take into consideration is that when talking about your own game, it's entirely okay to invoke other titles, but if you invoke anything that's like classic cinema, classic literature, etc., know that someone out there will be judging that. You know what I mean? It is something that you'll have to take into consideration. And the thing is, if you can pull it off, even if you can just pull off the vibe, you can essentially gain a huge boost in interest, a huge boost in enthusiasm for your title, which is fucking great. But if you claim it and you can't pull it off, then you're going to be having a bad time. I mean, in an ideal world, being able to just let users find the connection themselves is ideal. But unfortunately, that means the users have to find your game first, you know? You know, unfortunately you can't rely on your game being found. Okay, how do we do this? Interesting, we've got a whole underwater section. Oh no, and Dice Goddess, that's always something that's a real mark of craft for anybody working on a 2D title when... Because let's be honest, most 2D environments don't really work. They aren't actually environments that would work in the real world, especially in organic environments. So making something that feels like it can is very difficult, but very powerful when you succeed. And a Harper Char. Okay, yeah, so we just gotta pitfall our way across. Then we do the ground pound, which opens up space for our little cutie patootie to start working with the blob monster, and that's how we get our little cute friend through. Dice Cutter says they only really worked on 2D 2.5 sort of platformers, and getting to feel good is difficult. Yeah. Well, it's like... Getting it to feel good is a skill and an art unto itself, right? But then being able to have the level design to make it feel organic and to make it feel natural on top of... Oh, you're fine.
Pas moi qui alors?
Like, it's always interesting when you work on a title that, you know, everything gets white boxed out real early on and slaps. And then watching like the art team go over it and turn it into something that's really watching the art team turn it into something that looks and feels organic. It's one of the best experiences about like working on a 2D title. Sorry, here's my puzzle brain trying to crack the code whilst we're working on it. Oh no. DICE says they specifically made 3D titles for a 2.5D platformer. One of the most frustrating things, yup. I mean, if you've got like a really good technical team, then it could be not as painful as it could be, but yo.
Hola.
I always keep thinking about the old PlayStation game Pandemonium, and hearing how some of the horror stories about how that was put together.
Hello.
And Dustin, Watto, and welcome. How are you doing, friend?
Hola.
Welcome to our cute little friend who's helping us solve puzzles and explore this whole place. I've been going on half-nonsense rants as we trundle our way through this, like, frankly, just fucking gorgeous world. Oh, that's a blob crocodile. Ooh, tracing the past. Check this out. Oh no, and that is a good title to reference, but I just meant Pandemonium in the sense of, like, as much as the term infuriates me, 2.5D, it has come to mean a very specific kind of experience. And Pandemonium I thought was one of the best examples because, like, you all know this, but I think it's worth talking about because of the game we're playing and just because it's a fun bit of history that, like, as an industry, we really didn't know what the fuck to do when we went from 2D to 3D. Like, the 2D world was dominated by the mascot platformer, right? It was the buzz cut white guy shooty gun bang of its era. You know? And so as we transitioned into like 32-bit consoles and moved from like 2D to 3D, we really didn't know what the fuck to do as an industry. And we had these bizarre creations, so things like Pandemonium, Nights into Dreams, Crash Bandicoot, where we hadn't really worked out how to do like a good 3D platformer. You know? I would go so far as to say that it wasn't really till like Mario 64 and beyond that we got a really good understanding of how to move in the third dimension. In terms of platforming, I should say. Ooh. So the icon that we've been seeing everywhere, the dagger, isn't a dagger, it's a colony ship. Fascinating. So what must the eyeballs be? Oh, shit. What if they are meant to be like an automated rescue? Only it's been thousands of years. That would be fascinating. Though I try not to speculate when we're midway through a game, as that feels a little bit mean-spirited. And I'm trying not to hear the Red Dwarf theme right now, you know what I mean? Oh, no, Dustin. Yeah, so this is a problem with video game naming conventions. If you never saw it back in the day, so Pandemonium was, for all intents and purposes, a 2D platformer, but the platform, the single plane in which you would jump and bounce and collect coins, would move and wrap and snake around, which was rather clever. I think at a few select locations you could choose between two paths, but you also flitted between a very, we'll say 90s femme-presenting character and a jester, which was just sort of the thing we did at the time. God, this game is gorgeous. Yeah, I need to spend some time with Sonic Frontiers before I really cast judgment. But Sonic and the Third Dimension have had a fraught relationship. I wouldn't say it's been bad. I'm not saying the 3D Sonic games are all awful. It's just, it's interesting how our little plumber friend had a much easier time of transitioning into the third dimension. Now, once we hit the fourth dimension, Sonic should have the advantage again. But yeah. Also, friends, I don't know if you've gone back and looked at OG Crash Bandicoot, but God, that game is a fucking mess. I mean, they made it work, but the absolutely limited amount of draw distance to see where you were going and what was going on. Like, fucking hell. Cook a spider. Double kill! Okay, little Mooey there's a little bit quicker on the draw than I would have liked.
What's up, Amos? Hello.
Cooked blob spider. Who's hungry? Alright, something in the darkness is making some gross sounds and I'm not a fan.
Hello, River. Wanna come hang out?
Hunter says the transition from 2D to 3D gave us the Nights games, but also inflicted us... Well, okay. So, yes, the Nights into Dreams games was a very strange way of trying to understand 3D at the 32-bit era. But a lot of people forget that the Nights into Dreams was also a case with one of the first commercial analog controllers. So, like, we take analog sticks now for granted as a standard, but it absolutely was not. And The Saturn had this thing which we in the household, if you'll forgive the term, used to refer to as the Fat Boy. And it was this big round circle controller with one chunking great big analog stick on it. And that was one of the... and Nights into Dreams was primarily designed to... Hold that thought. I seem to have found the fucking universe. Okay, so the Dagger was a colony ship that left, I'll guess, is Earth, and zip-zap-zooped its way across the stars. And Legend, I shall give good head pats in just a second. Crashed into that.
Yes, I know. Good rip. Best is rip.
Oh, Dustin, you gotta hurt me like that. Nights into Dreams warped so Balant Wonderland could run into oncoming traffic. Balant Wonderland is a great tale of hubris and a reminder that no one knows what they're doing in games. Oh god, yeah. You know what, Fearless? That's another fascinating one. There was a time where it wasn't a proper gaming setup if you didn't own a controller. Sorry, you didn't own a joystick.
Hola.
Ah! That didn't quite work as intended. But yeah, like Varbles, for a time, like having a gaming setup that didn't have a joystick specifically for like the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games. Or hell, back when those were two different games. Oh, sorry, and friends, so those of you who've just joined us, we were talking about this earlier, about how there's this whole, I don't want to call it an underground market, more like a cottage industry of people building old school, like, Windows 95 and Windows 3.1 boxes, specifically so that people can play, like, super retro titles. Think about it now, like, the ones I'd probably do would be like some of the it was Terminal Velocity and one other title that were like meant to be the Windows competitors to LucasArts' TIE Fighter games. God, and the Descent series.
Yellow. Yellow. Yellow.
There we go. I know we've talked about this before as well. What I'm loving about this is I love games that use puzzles as pacing and to make us focus on the places that we're spending time. You know, if a puzzle game's not going to be a big old head scratcher, having it be a focal point, I think, is very, very good.
Olai.
And this is doing it so well. But yeah, sorry, this was something we were talking about earlier on today. Oh, and to Archivist, this is only similar to Inside in the sense of it is a 2D title.
Tamaki.
This is...
Kialo.
This game is fucking good. Because, like, Inside is a story about, like, struggling and surviving against an impossible system that eventually consumes everything about you. This title, this is, as we were saying earlier, very Ghibliesque in that, you know, against all odds and an unknowable problem, a kid and a cute animal traverse a melancholy land of lost artifacts and secrets to try and rescue their friends and their village. We seem to be in like either like a creche or a school area. Yeah, well, so Hunter, there's no hard and fast rule. And there's that Ghibli darkness. Ghibli darkness, whatever. Sorry, there's so many points to go over. That's why I love games like this. See, the thing is, Hunter, like, it's okay for art to be superficial, to just be pretty. And in games, something can be engaging in a way that isn't its visual style, you know? Factorio is great. Dwarf Fortress, brilliant. But something like this, it is using all the aspects to us to tell a story, and I love that. Like, here, we seem to be going through the ruins of a crashed colony ship. So, as I was saying earlier, my current theories about this title is we are the descendants of the people who survived the colony ship crash, right? And that the robots are actually here to save us. Save us, you know?
Olai.
And it seems at one point a robot kind of held a formal rank. Okay. Now remember, friends, no fighting in the war room. Oh, sorry, salute the robots. Well, and Hunter, it is entirely fine to create something that's beauty for beauty's sake. Absolutely. It's more that in games, there's an additional element, which is our involvement in the space. It is possible to create a beautiful game that is hostile to the user. Again, this is why I keep throwing shoes at 0 degrees north, 0 degrees west. One of the worst games I've ever played. Because it is aesthetically pleasing, but it is hostile. For no other reason than to say it is. It's hostile to the user despite wanting to be experiential. It says it's meditative. It tries to evoke a meditative experience. But at the same time, it does nothing to accommodate you. It doesn't want you to be there. You know, it's like going to somebody's house and finding out they didn't actually want you to come along in the first place. It's that feeling as a video game. So that's where I get into the arty-farty about it. Oh! now we have a robo bracelet. Lovely. Friends, will you excuse me for just a second? I know there's been a lot of breaks and interruptions, but I desperately need to pee, and I'm just going to go get some water. I think this is a good place to take a little 2-3 minute breather, and then let's keep going, because this game's feckin' gorgeous. But I do want to say, like, all of you, like, thank you for coming to hang out today. I know there's a lot of cool stuff going on. We've got Summer Games Done Quick. There's a whole myriad of stuff, so that you'll are choosing to spend your time here with me in a weird, adorable indie game is a big old compliment. So thank you. No, legend, no human, only a robot. Hoppachaw. Paw Patrol! Oh. I think there has only been a couple of times in my life where I can say I've been so drunk I've kind of Q-opped around and still been, you know, conscious of it. Anyway, let's continue. So we've got a cool bracelet and the robots have saluted us. Oh, and here is the exit to the pods. Oh, God. Okay. This is safe and fine. This is safe and fine. Oh, shit! I think I know what we've got to do. So I think what we're going to do is put our little cute friend on the platform.
Vamos aqui.
No! Balls. Yarr, I don't rightly know. Keldra, Watto, and welcome. So we're inside a crashed colony ship, which may or may not have been... which may or may not have been the very thing that we landed here from. Don't worry, everyone. I've got an idea. There we go. Aha. Don't worry, I've got an idea. So we put little cutie patootie on here.
Toma aqui. Ima.
Then we move this up and round, and then whilst that's on the descent, unrelated to the movie The Descent, we send our little cutie patootie over. And whilst they are descending,
Hello.
there we go.
Olai.
Then we're going to move the bridge to give us a way to climb on up. And yeah, no, so Real Hunter, this is on Game Pass. I've been waiting for this for so long, and so far it has not disappointed, you know.
Olai.
Fuck! No, that's not how we're supposed to do it. All I can hear is that one quote from Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog of just balls. Sorry, friends. Apparently today I can either talk with you all about interesting, fun, and arty things, or I can solve puzzles. Apparently I can't do both. But I hope you're all doing bloody marvellous. There we go. Woohoo! Jobs are good. Headmanners, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Like, there are varying levels when it comes to puzzle platformers like this. You know, for some, the puzzles is the goal. Like, create a problem, solve a problem, have a great time. For others, it's a form of pacing and a form of focusing. You know, simplistic puzzles like this can make us focus on certain elements within the environment and stop us from chewing through the scenery too quickly. I think Stray would be a very good example of that. None of the puzzles in Stray are particularly complex or difficult. But they do a very, very good job of setting the tone. You fucking work for me now, mate. Ah, shit. Ah, shit, I'm a drunken robot. Beans. As soon as we took over that robot, I just immediately imagined it Glaswegian.
Olai.
Yeah, too much of the robo-booze. Robo-booze? Boat!
Olai. Meno mui. Olai ki.
So
Meno.
little cutie. Tiny cuties on a boat. The cute little cat blob, obviously, not the child. And Ludo Watto and welcome. Yeah, Miyaki Sakura, it don't like the water. It knows what's up. That's the sign of intelligent life. Nope, nope, nope! Ah, ah. Okay, happy whale. I know Caffeine mentioned this a few times, but the both Lone Sails and Distant Shores are other incredible examples of this sort of like storytelling to accent, puzzles to accent storytelling. Yar! Meanwhile, on the Sea of Thieves! Real Hunter, there is always a bigger, angrier fish. You know who said that? Jar Jar Binks said that. And now we're in the bones of said bigger, angrier fish.
Ilo!
Big fish.
Ilo!
No, Legend, I'm pretty sure it was Jar Jar Binks. Piggly is friend. Friend Piggly. Good Piggly. That is a good point. How long has it been since we've eaten? If this was truly a Ghibliesque kind of experience, we'd be having some ridiculous quality food animations right about now.
Ilo!
Okay, so we've made it to one of the other villages.
Pamaki muy. Kialo.
I can't remember. Do we see Jar Jar in any of the newer trilogy? I don't think we do. But much like people were saying with the Phantom Menace, I've blocked out the entirety of the last title, and we don't need to talk about. Oh, Pete. We don't need to talk about Rise of Skywalker. It's fine. It's fine. Yep, no secret level there. There is no cow level. Well, I think that the secret shrines are a mural that explains more about how this world came to be. Nani, the fuck is that? This could get weird in a second. Right, we're good, we're good, we're good. Hunter, with one very important exception, Poochie, who died returning to his home planet.
Pamaki. Kialo muy.
I think whatever's in there is some kind of, like, I don't know, ambush predator. Give me real ambush predator vibes, you know? There's got to be something that's going to do us a fucking murder. No doubt. So we've got to use the robot to zap the bugs. Alright. Oh, let's fucking do! Excuse me! Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, get it, fuck. It's me, Flying the Robocop. I fucking got these. The only good bug's a dead bug. Let's fucking go. Ah, see, that's where we want to be. Great. Do you know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see all the people that did the live action videos for Jedi Knight get added to the canon. And why, yes, I did just combine Paul Verhoeven film quotes. I'm off the chain. I can't be stopped. Okay, so yeah, you can see how this like little mural's putting together the story of. Oh, we've missed a bunch of the shrines. Oh, the shrines aren't numbered in order. Oh yeah, so Dice Goddess, I don't know if I mentioned, I did actually sit and watch all of Star Wars Visions Season 2, which is the kind of stuff I always hoped we'd get, you know? The fact that the Aardman Animations, the team behind Wallace and Gromit, did a short and it was brilliant, was genuinely wonderful. The breadth and depth of art styles this time around was so interesting. Because like, as much as I enjoyed Visions Season 1, it wasn't all hits. And it was very what if Star Wars but anime, which is fine. Time for some jumping puzzles. Oh god, yeah. Well, so Air Dragon, not to repeat a bunch of nonsense I've talked about with you all before, but Visions gave me a really good hope for what we might see in terms of like Star Wars video games moving forward. Or at least that's what I'm hoping. Cannibal! But yeah, Season 2 is definitely an even more so. Like, Season 2 of Visions is absolutely wild. And the opening banger being this gorgeous art house piece, very much in a style all its feckin' own. And I believe one of these shorts this time around was done by the same team that did, oh my god, the Selkie film.
All right.
I can't remember what it was called. I want to say Song of the Sea, but I think that's the video game. But yeah, the sheer amount of good stuff that we got. And sadly, Dice Goddess, I haven't gotten to see any of the High Republic stuff yet, but, you know, there's only so many hours in a day. Aperios, I'm not sure which Star Warsian flavour of nonsense you mean, but I'm happy to chat on it.
Pamaki muy.
Fearless Booker Kells is the shape-shifting wolf lass, if I remember rightly. Oh, Jedi Survivor! Yeah, it really feels like that team has found their... I don't know. They've found their style, and it feckin' works. Oh. This is bad! Okay, dice goddess, thank you. Oh, beans! I wasn't paying attention. I just got a child shot. Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. I like how a little cat friend can go make friends with Big Piglet. But hold that thought, friends. I think I've cracked this one. Oh no! Piglet ate the cutie. Alright, so hang on. Take a brief breath. But no, I do agree with you all. Like, it has definitely shown that there's so much more to do and say in Star Wars, and there's so much more than There's so much more outside of the, air quotes, Skywalker saga. There's also better stories outside of its original core. Like, props to the whole team who worked on the Obi-Wan Kenobi series for basically retconning Anakin into being a better character and creating an arc that makes sense from, our terrible, whingy antagonist to the Vader that we know and fear. They did a real good job of that. I don't know. In this regard, I'm probably not the best person to talk to because the non-canonical, but the non-standard Star Wars stuff was kind of what I grew up on. I've told you this a million times, I know, but Jedi Knight was one of the games I spent the most of my youth in. The core game, mods, multiplayer, the whole shebang. It was a huge part of my gaming upbringing. X-Wing Alliance was the one I played the most out of all of the X-Wing TIE Fighter games. But that was mainly because it had the most amount of freedom. I wasn't much of a reader, so sadly, I didn't get all the good extended universe stuff back when it was still kind of canonical. So, yeah. I'm not saying every feckin' story out there has to be about feckin' Jedi Space Warriors, I don't know how we're going to do this without getting us all killed. Beans. But yeah, not to be a back in my day, but there's also the thing of back in my day, audiobooks weren't really much of an option except for a handful of well-known or very well-known titles. entirely sure how to do this. Well, so Air Dragon, like, with a whole bunch of stuff right now, we may get Kyle Katarn back somewhere. And, okay, I love Kyle Katarn as an experience from my youth, but when you go back and look at how Kyle Katarn was handled, they were definitely somebody's self-insert character, you know what I mean? And sorry, have a lovely rest of your evening. Sleep well, friend. I don't know how Mara Jade would end up getting added in, because I think their whole bit was like, they were the secret apprentice of Palpatine, and that doesn't really fucking work anymore. I'm genuinely not sure how we're going to play this. But no, there's so much in that space to explore, and it's really fucking cool. I don't know. Look, I'm not about to say anything controversial, as I'm sure you know, but at very least from the Marvel Studios sphere of things, the burnout is perceivable. And my worry is that now we've gone from clamoring from even a snifter of anything pertaining to Star Wars, now that it is a commercial success, that it may get burnt the hot heck out. And I do worry about that. As I was saying, over the weekend, I watched as a little back-to-back X-Men: The New Mutants, and then Werewolf by Midnight. Now, I know, I'm super behind on both of those, but what was fascinating is that X-Men: The New Mutants is new Marvel, and it is a really good cast of individuals. As in, like, the actors playing these characters, but the film itself is such a sad, drab, like quick paint by numbers. And then Werewolf by Midnight is inspired. It's genuinely brilliant. So it was interesting to see two kind of like horror premises from the same film setup, but that's another story. But I did watch Quantumania, and it's bad. I don't just mean like it isn't a good film in the Marvel universe. It is a badly written movie, and God, it struggles left, right, and center. Well, okay. If we put Humpty Dumpty's hideous visage to one side, Humpty Dumpty's arc doesn't make sense. There's whole swaths of it that don't make sense. And I don't mean like, oh, there's no way you could shrink down this way because of the physics of... No, I mean in what has been laid forth before us, it doesn't work. Do you know what I mean? And something that is apparently supposed to be a pivotal stepping stone towards their next big huzzah is bad. It's really bad. Ah, beans. Oh, No, we gotta get the piggy. We gotta murder the pig. Well, so... Also, I think one of the other signs is when you have multiple creative studios tackling the same character. I don't know how many of you saw the MODOK animation, which I think was stop motion. It's unbelievably funny. It's genuinely well put together. And so the MODOK representation from Quantumania was a bit... There was already something in recent memory to compare it to that wasn't as good. So I think that's something to bear in mind. But here's the thing, Quantumania boils down to a really mediocre episode of Rick and Morty. Just less fun and less funny. I don't know. Anyway, I guess I'm using this as a little bit of a, you know, don't worry if you haven't seen the new Ant-Man film, it's tray bad. I also got a similar strange feeling from Wakanda Forever, that the elements that weren't, all the elements that were a narrative beat kept making fuck all sense in the strangest way. Now, like, Air Dragon, that could be the case. Like, I'm not gonna... I'm not really gonna comment, like, one way or t'other, you know? But what I will say is... You can feckin' feel it. I just gotta drag the... Alright, drag Piggly back this way. No, hang on. Yeah, no. I've got an idea! Piggly goes over there. The drone goes over there. Wait, can I drag the drone? Am I allowed to? Effect up. Sorry. No, I'm saying that Quantumania is the Citadel of Ricks, but not funny. Like... I'm sorry, I don't have a better deconstruction of it. It's just... I don't know. I won't claim to know cinema like I know video games, right? Like, I got out of that space, and it's a very different industry than when I was involved. So, I don't want to be yet another white guy on the internet claiming to understand Marvel movies. It's just, if I had to hazard a guess, like... If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say that there's like a severe amount of burnout, you know? Like, that's genuinely what it feels like. And I can't tell if it's a creative burnout or if it's conflict or what have you, but like... It's acutely noticeable. No! Hit the wrong button. Oh, Cutie Patootie is too cute. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to bring us onto such a thoroughly dull topic.
Tamaki.
Like, I don't think there's medically anything that someone with my complexion can talk about that is more boring than the MCU. No! Okay, we're good. I thought I'd faked up again. The thing that I've been looking at a little bit, and I don't know if this is sad or what have you, but I've been looking at footage of, like, old Star Wars conventions. Back when that used to be a thing, you know?
Hielo muy.
And it's so wild to see it. Like, Star Wars now is such a huge entity in its own right, you know?
Olay.
It's not a nerdy thing, it's culture. And I love that. I think it's fucking cool, you know? It's a story about, you know, the complexities of the human experience, good versus evil, and, you know, ultimately doing right in the end will get us all through it. Plus, swords are cool, things that glow are awesome, and wizards rock. Like, what's not to like? But it's just the idea that that used to be something that was so fundamentally part of nerd culture.
Hielo.
Yeah, you better run, you floating disco ball. So yeah, going back and looking at footage of like old Star Wars conventions and things like that, and seeing it back in its strange roots. Because, like, again, not that you need me to tell you, but back in the day, you know, the Star Wars films were considered kids' movies, and it was strange that people would be so into them. Yeah, Varbles, that's what's so fascinating about it, is you're right. Star Wars was just popular culture. Back when we were in a monoculture, it dominated it for a huge swath of the 80s, right? And the people who were super whooper into it weren't seen as in a favourable light in any way, shape or form, right? Fucking nerds. But then, like, the Star Wars conventions and the people who got super duper into it became their own small little entity. And especially when it came time to do the Phantom Menace, they became suddenly visible. Again, like, I know I'm not telling you all stuff you don't know, but it's something that I find fascinating. Because it was one of those things that I was aware of, but I didn't really consider the Phantom Menace trailer effect, which I know we talked about during discussions we've had about Wing Commander the movie. Because Wing Commander the movie was a film that became a financial success because it was one of a handful of trailers in North America. Sorry, that was played. Sorry, it's one of a handful of films in North America that was played. Oh, how did that not destroy it? Balls. Sorry, Wing Commander movie was one of a handful of films in North America that had the Phantom Menace trailer play before it. Yeah, Meet Joe Black was another one. And there was one more. And these films saw wild ticket sales because people were legit buying tickets to see these so they could watch the Phantom Menace trailer. And it's a really, really good example of like the purchasing power of nerd culture, essentially. Well, so Varbles, I like to think that Zone of the Enders is a better example of that effect in video games. But yeah, so Dustin, they would watch the trailer and then leave the cinema. So these people were paying for a ticket for a seat and just not even sticking around. So, and on the one hand, it created a few false positives, but for those in the know, they came to understand that that was the purchasing power of these Star Wars fans, right? I understand that, like, Star Trek as a whole continued to be fairly profitable in cinemas for quite some time. I'm trying to remember which was the last of the old Trek with pre-reboot of those films that ended up doing poorly. It wasn't Nemesis. Nemesis was a banger. God, I'm trying to remember now. But also, like, Star Trek was an ongoing show that was making money.
Hola y muy.
Star Wars didn't have that. Was it Generations was the last of the old school? And by which I mean old school, I mean like, you know, classic into TNG before they did the Jabrams reboot. Nemesis was the last of the Trek films before the Kelvin timeline. Oh yes, because it was First Contact. That's the good one. Generations was okay, and yeah, Nemesis was the. Oh, this is. Oh, don't spook me with water, you bastards. I don't like it. Clap, 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 clap. Big orb! And again, I know I'm telling you all stuff that you know, I just like chatting about it. Did Generations have Malcolm McDowell in it? I don't remember. Let's not fight the mechs with only plucky childhood. But yeah, like, as you well know, Star Trek and TNG were very, very profitable TV shows. Hell, even feckin' It's Been a Long Road made bank. It wasn't liked. They didn't commission any more seasons of it, but it made money. God, and you know what? I'd feckin' love Voyager to get the same treatment as like Picard. But that's another story. But anyway, oh yes, so with Star Trek you had that original trilogy and then done, you know? A series that was up until that point, its most notable impact had been toy sales. Oh, the other thing that I've been really enjoying about Visions and the side Star Trek stuff is all of those bullshit dumb Kenner toys that they made that were never in any of the Star Wars films. Those being made canonical makes me smile. But yeah. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought here because of giant sphere orbs. But yeah. I know I talked a lot about this last week, but I just keep thinking of that one scene from... Clerks, where they're talking about the morality of working on the second Death Star. And again, for me, that was a big deal because, like, even kind of being into the games was seen as being a bit fucking dorky. You know, like that and the extended universe is where a lot of the nerds were hanging out pre-Phantom Menace. And then to see cool grown-ups, or, you know, people like me having those kind of conversations about Star Wars was fucking great. Challenge mode. Beans. Oh, come on! Oh, Beans Plus. Little guy was just fucking hanging out there being like, oh, hey, what's up with this thing? Zap. That was on me. Oh, and friends, hold that thought. We'll come back to Trek and Star Wars talk. I don't know, for a lot of us who are kind of older nerds, this is more like a reminiscing. Oh, I fucked up. But I think it's one of those, it's important to talk about. Oh, shit. I don't know what I was trying to do there. Our little cute cat was on top of the thing. We got zapped and just fell on our neck, so... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, but... That was mean. Okay, apparently we can't get it to do it on command. It's fine. And Iron Imp, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I'm not saying that I'm completely nostalgic for the convention culture of the past. You know, there's a reason why PAX became the standard. You know, the idea of conventions not just being a place to buy merch, but actually being a place to see people, hang out, be part of something. I was going to try getting over it with Drone It Foddy. With Drone It Foddy? Oh, yeah, we're sending our little friendo for a fucking run. This is going to be great. Sky Friend! Alright. Our first introduction of Sky Cavalry! Fuck 'em up, tiny cat. Droning over it with Lana and Kitty, that's way better. Thank you, Dustin. It is...
Sky Cavalry to fend of the sky shucks.
He's fucking hoping. He's fucking hoping.
Hola, muy. Qui alors?
So it doesn't ring a bell, but if you want to throw like a picture in like Discord of the mech designs, I might recognize it. Like, my timeline of giant robot stuff is all squibbly because I kind of found out about it, you know, mid to late teens. So like, I didn't see Gunhead until I didn't see Gunhead until I was in my 30s.
Hola, muy.
Oh, and Favor 6, thank you for the bit. Sorry, you're being feckin' lovely to me, and I'm being a dingleberry brain. Sorry, the reason why I got a bit 1,000-yard starey was not just from puzzle solving, but also there's a couple of projects that I want to put together. Like, I haven't been able to do any like long-form YouTube stuff for a while, or any just kind of like Let's Playsian things. See, Let's Play stuff is very, very different from doing streaming. I fucking love streaming. Shocking, I know. Because, what have we been doing today? We talk about Star Wars, cinematic influence in video games, the Goblin review stuff. You can't do that in a Let's Play, and honestly, most podcasts are pretty shy for it. Here, we can discuss, we can banter. Like, half the time, you'll know more on certain things than I do, and I get to learn. So that's fucking great. But there's certain things you can't really do streaming-wise that I'd like to do more of. Or at least not in the way that I like to stream, which is, I like to talk to you lot. I don't like doing streams where I can't talk to you. Do you know? Anyway, there's a couple of things that I really want to do. One, I want to finish a playthrough of Pulsar. I want to get together a group of people who are either going to be ridiculous or want to kind of try and do it in universe. And I want to do the same thing for Divinity 2, because sadly we lost the Brothers Fabuloso, which is a tragedy. That's what it is. But that was for a myriad of reasons. Alright, how are we going to get our little friendo over this? Oh, no. So we've got to lure that bugger out here. That's bad times. We can't jump down because we'd break our little child legs. Hey, oh, bastard! Aid me! Oh, okay. Oh no, QTEs? Why? Frickin' QTEs, man! Fucking no! Nap time. Oh. Alright, come on, little buddy.
Hola, muy.
That spider is going to be pissed at us. Angry spider, super potato. You do you, buddy. You do you. I do not want to tussle with that guy. Sorry, what were we talking about before that? Oh, yes, I was talking about, like, YouTubian stuff I want to do. And one of the reasons why is, like, I love the Star Trek styling. I still think it's tragic we haven't gotten a good Stargate game yet. But that is a whole fucking legal mess. But I'd love to do that, and I'd love to get a crew of people together who are willing to kind of play that Star Trek nonsense in character. And the other is, yeah, Divinity 2. Sadly, we didn't get to do the Brothers Fabuloso, and it's pretty hard to get, like, Zalavir and Laura's time like we used to be able to, but... Oh, and, Son, I'm there with you. Okay, Kitty, calm down! Unless you know something I don't, and we should be running faster.
There's still so much more to hold. Will I find my way home across this map alone? Will I find my way home? I've opened all the horizons. We will find our way home. We've crossed this map all over.
I don't think this is the end of the game, no. We're definitely closer to Big Orb. Thing's so fucking cute. Oh! Sup, children!
Ila?
I'm a little worried this is going to turn into a nope situation. Always run the other direction. So Fireballs, God, I must have just been in such a fucking bad news bears hole last week. I completely missed they dropped a Star Trek game. Although I feel like there was that brief spurt of like really good Star Trek games. Like, let's be honest, Elite Force and Elite Force Voyager were choice. And like the authenticity put in it, a lot of people still talk about the Voyager expansion pack, mainly because the Voyager pack had a fully explorable Voyager for you to run around in. Oh, fuck you. Oh, actually, so Iron, we've been talking a lot about this recently. 40k bolt gun is genuinely brilliant, and it is one that people are going to be talking about for a while. Like, it is more than just a good feeling retro shooter. And Kestrel, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Like, it is incredible. Fuck you, mate. Star Trek Resurgence. Epic Game Store on consoles. Huh. Well, so Mordecai, what's been fascinating is like, I do really appreciate how 40k, well, how Warhammer in general been doing their licensing stuff. And I'd much rather we get 10 games and 2 of them be bangers than get one game and it be mediocre, as we've seen with like the Star Wars style. Although, again, apparently the new Jedi Survivor is very good. And I really do want to see how it pans out, you know? And Edwin, Watto and welcome. I see, Edwin. Now, is that because last week and up until it's been very much like the Land of Zelda, with that taking up a lot of the oxygen in the room, or was there no coverage of it popping up? Perhaps they were doing a marketing campaign primarily aimed at like Paramount Plus users and stuff like that. Because like, I ain't got Paramount Plus. I look like I'm made of money. I'm made of fake alcoholism and disappointment.
Pamaki.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Oh, piss! Kid's dead. And Mordecai, yeah, Speed Freak seems to be an interesting concept for certain.
Pamaki. Ima. Hello. Olaj mój. Hello.
Sorry, I'm still the controls for this are very good.
Olaj.
It's just there's a lot of moving parts. Okay, so Varble says that they saw a trailer for the Star Trek game in Summer Games Fest. Okay, I hadn't seen anything from it. I mean, I feel like I've seen more
Olaj.
coverage based on the of the Expanse game we have coming up, which I'm very much looking forward to because Kamina Drummer is one of my favorite characters from that shocking fucking nobody.
Pamaki. Hello. Hello mój.
That's cool.
Hello. Pamaki. Hello. Olaj.
Okay, I just so Air Dragon, Edwin, Varble's like, thank you for the info on that one because like I try and keep an eye out, especially for Star Trek games. Mainly because most Star Trek games are based around, you know, peaceful fucking exploration. That was a bit of jank there. We're just going to pretend it didn't happen.
Olaj mój.
And that's always an interesting place to start. Oh, there's child knees. That's always an interesting place to start a title where it's not about conflict, it's about exploration. And Varbles is saying that the Star Trek one is also made from a squad of almost entirely ex-Telltale people. Well, yeah, no, Telltale had a huge staff at their peak. Like, the amount of ex-Telltale alumni is fascinating, and the ones that then got pulled back in for finishing up The Walking Dead and then The Expanse and onwards. The Wolf Among Us 2. Although, again, slap forehead. They need to start making some original titles. Basically, our little friendo is going to operate the hide for us. And Kestrel, I don't know if I could say I'm made of corgis and Vikings. I'm definitely made of, I don't know, carbs and alcohol. Oh. And you now work for me. Haha. Sorry, and Dreamer, good evening. Watto and welcome. Get fucking wrecked. Oh, I need to use this as a stepping stone. And sorry, the thing I was saying about like the Telltale Studios, I fucking love their work. I think they're awesome. It's just one of the things that ended up scuppering Telltale back in the day was expensive licenses, too many projects at once, and all of them having to pay licensing costs. Like, Telltale at the time desperately needed some in-house own IP successes, and they didn't have those. So that when they had a couple of failures in a row, they couldn't pull back from that. Sorry, what were we chatting about before? Oh, Star Trek games, yeah. Comparable to how big an impact in culture and nerd culture Star Trek has, the fact that we're not seeing yearly titles coming out based on that is redonkulous, but I have a feeling that much like with Gundam, it has to do with international licensing because it's a syndicated show. If you're wondering about SG-1, there was a games company set up specifically called Cheyenne Mountain Games that was meant to handle all of that. And I know that there's a holding company for
Tamaki.
the all of the Stargate licenses.
Cielo.
So whatever happened with all of that, it was a feckin' disaster.
Hola, Imui.
Kestrel says they play a game based on the Star Trek animated universe. Same. One of the funniest things I think it was Eurogamer, but don't quote me on this. And I'm pretty sure it was Eurogamer that did a bunch of friendos all playing. Oh, this seems bad. Sorry, they did a whole bunch of people playing the Star Trek VR bridge sim. Oh no!
Pamaki.
Our little friend is not heavy enough to survive the turbines. So we've got to go in, turn off the power, and then get them in there. But yeah, so Eurogamer did the Star Trek Bridge Sim VR, and then recut all the team's voices
Ima.
to clips from Star Trek, the animated series, the old cartoons. So fucking funny. But yeah. No! Beans! Well, Mordecai, to add to that, one of my favourite titles is a game called Artemis Bridge Simulator, which isn't Trek, but is Trek in everything but name, you know what I mean? Ah, oh, beans! Alright, Kestrel, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Thank you for the luck. And I guess if you haven't heard of it, the other game I was talking about, which is Pulsar, The Lost Colony. That one is pretty much like open world bridge sim Trek good times. And Verdant Flow, Artemis does have that board game kind of vibe, and is really good. Also, if you've got these set up, you can get multiple ships on one kind of setup, and that can be amazing. wild shit. Gonna do some sketchy shit. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Hope I get away with it. Woo! Your chariot awaits, tiny friend.
Pamaki.
But yeah, so again, if you haven't heard of it, so Artemis is like a Star Trek bridge simulator, but without the official branding. Each person's screen ends up being like one control panel on a starship, right? So you have comms, engineering, science, weapons, etc. The captain does not have a designated screen, with the idea being that the captain is meant to organize everybody else. If you have enough people and enough equipment, you can play multiple ships together. It's great. Pulsar is the same premise, but there's no other people, and you have like an open galaxy. The goal being more like, not quite roguelike, but almost, you know? What happened? Oh, you son of a bad word. No, but sorry, I did see that earlier, but there's been it's been a day. But it is... Sorry, Numbers was just saying that they've been watching the old playthrough of Rain World. And yeah, it's a weird little time capsule from, like, hanging at Ket's place. And all the stuff that... all the mischief we got into. Hang on, sorry, let me just collect my thoughts for a second. So, hello. Mordecai was saying that they love Barotrauma. Ah, yes. But Barotrauma has one thing over Artemis and Pulsar, and that is that at the early game, everything goes wrong and it's funny. But once you get over the difficulty curve, that's when you get to start experiencing the story and the missions and, like, exploring underwater alien, you know, ruins and artifacts and stuff like that. That's where it really starts getting fun. And it has the possibility to be a Space Station 13-like. But it's interesting. It sheds so much of the Space Station 13 identity as to remove the curse. So I really appreciate it for that. But we are not going into the curse of Space Station 13 at this hour on the day. If you would like a fun piece of info... there was a time, friends, where you could get a free copy of Artemis Bridge Simulator if you and your friends did a video in costume, which I thought was the best promotional idea, like, feckin' ever. Oh, so, Mordecai, like, I've talked a lot about the Curse of Space Station 13 because I worked on a project that also tried to break the Curse of Space Station 13, and I don't know if it necessarily did, because in the end it became something very, very different. I worked briefly on a project called... I shouldn't say briefly. You know, we did a big announce and a launch and everything. Well, a big announce. The launch was more of a surprise! But Rocketworks did a title called Stationeers, which I was involved in. And yeah, that was another one. But okay, for those of you who don't know, Space Station 13 is a free game. It is janky and broken and a ton of fun. It is incredibly difficult to learn how to play, but once you get it, it's a more involved... I don't know. I don't want to call it a betrayal game. So the idea is this. Everyone is on a space station. You're on Space Station 13, and every player is assigned a role. From the captain, to the saboteur, to the medic, the janitor, the cook, and even the clown. The iconic fucking clown. And you all have different victory objectives. Now, you winning doesn't mean everybody else loses. However, in some cases, some professions are directly in opposition. And things like the saboteur and stuff like that have an air of like betrayal and carnage. So it leads to like very, very nonsense mimetic situations. But in terms of its UI, it is fucking inaccessible. You get loud. Yeah, Mordecai, that's a good way of putting it. It takes games like, you know, Mafia, Werewolf, and I guess Among Us Light, and just turns the interaction up to 11. Now, the curse of Space Station 13 comes from the fact that every team that has tried to make a commercial version of Space Station 13 has crashed and burned. There have been some open source attempts that have been alright, but trying to make Space Station 13 make money has obliterated several studios. Oh yeah, no, Varbles. What's fascinating with Artemis is that long before it had a Steam launch, it had like a cult following. And again, you could download the demo and try it for free. But if you sent the developers a video of you and your friends in full costume playing it, they would send you a free copy. It was always designed to engage directly, and the fact that the $40 direct to the developer DRM free is brilliant for if you want to get everybody set up and running on a LAN and you don't want to have to worry about technical problems or, you know, people being able to log on to 5 different Steam accounts. It's brilliant. It does not work for every product, unfortunately. I really do not know how we're supposed to do this, because we've got the Swipsy puzzle here, and we need to get the cat with us. But this little fucker doesn't leave these 2 points, except for when he's chasing... Oh shit, do I need to be the bait? Oh, fuck off. And yeah, no, Mordecai, you're right. It does require your title to be very niche, and it's not something you necessarily build for. They were the first people to do what if Star Trek, but I can play it at home. Like, what if Star Trek as a simulator? Now, with Space Station 13, I don't think it's impossible to create. It's just the community is unhinged. They cannot be tamed. They cannot be focused. And as a pitch, it's insanely difficult to make because it's basically a hyper-complicated board game. You know, and we've seen when we play stuff like Unfortunate Specimen, it's really hard to convey a buttload of new ideas to a team very, very quickly. You know? I really don't know how to do this. Oh, and numbers, it's from, I think it's a 30 Rock bit about, greetings, Mr. Spaceman. Well, so, I haven't had the chance to try it, but supposedly, Detective Inc. is meant to be very good for that, like, multi-role, subversion and betrayal title. There we go. Please don't make me do that last section again. There we go. Oh no! little friendo, no! Oh yeah, we're just gonna straight up never-ending story this shit. Fiona gets mad at me because I always repeatedly call the horse Atreyu. It's Arfax. Nah, we're bringing our little cute thing back. Our friend from the beginning, whatever. People come and go. Cutie patootie strange animals with magic powers. Saving them. This is fine! This kid's not the brightest spark. They've been surviving on dumb luck so far. And a magic bracelet. And they died of dehydration at the end. Well, this has been a great video. Thank you all for coming along. Flashback, flashback, flashback.
Lana. Hilo.
Actually, friends, I'm going to quickly nip to the loo just while we're having a little bit of happy flashback time, because I'm sure nothing bad will happen here. Good old dehydration visions. That, actually, I'm going to try and get some water as well, because I've not had enough water today, and I'm definitely feeling it. That's why my conversation is terrible and my brain is stupid. Of the trifecta of beverage goblin beverages, I only have one. And I should have three. Alright, I'll be back in a second, dear friends. Oh, and Legend, yeah, no, I heard the flashbang noise as well. I really want game dev teams to just fucking stop with the faux white noise. No one likes it. No one wants it. It doesn't add anything. It just makes me uncomfortable. That's my tiny whinge of the afternoon. Right, I'll be back with you all in just a second. Hello there. Okay. Anyway, so let's continue. But I will say, friends, if you haven't, put a wish list on Artemis and Pulsar, because Pulsar's a great group game to bust out when everyone's sitting around being like, dang, I want to play something with my friends, but I don't know what to play. And you can be like, yo, do you all want to go get a spaceship and do some nonsense? Plus, I always recommend Pulsar because it has a very clear goal, depending on which ship you're playing as. But most of the time, the clear goal is to find the air quotes lost colony. I've never succeeded. I don't know what it's like. But I've done a few away missions that have been gloriously hilarious. We've entered into races. Shit's been wild. Ah. It seems apparently we found the only other person left alive. Oh, us. The real power was serendipity. Now, apparently we're just not going to address who made the soup. Okay. Greetings, Souplander.
Tiai.
Tiai. Ona. Lana.
Rakwen.
Rakwen. Tatani.
Hey up, Raquin.
Lana. Pama omena.
Muy. Hilo.
Tilai, Lana. Olai Rakwen.
One of the cardinal sins of video games. When an NPC walks faster than walk, but slower than run. This game is wonderful and I'm thoroughly enjoying it, but okay. So there's the little cutie. I guess this is sheet music. Oh, and they used to have like a whole little thing of them. That's where they're helping us out. And the music codes contribute to communication. I'm trying to remember which title it was. I want to say it was Red Dead Redemption that added the feature where you could press a button and your character would fall in line. And the other being L.A. Noire, where you could have the other character drive for you. And that way they'd keep conversing with you at their pace. And you could just kind of sit back and enjoy. Rather than having constantly interrupted with, "What are you doing?" Aha! Alright. So we've got to work out the code for this. So it's dot line dot line dot line line dot dot, same one again, and then that one. Alright, so you with this one. Okay. So the last one is 2, and that one is 1 in the middle. Alright. Sorry, I'm not great at audio puzzles, so I often have to, like, dumb remember how to do them or brute force them. Huh. Excuse me, you wee robot bastard. We're supposed to be friends. Oh, I biffed the first one. Newt newt, my friends. Newt newt. I will tase you! My tiny cute friend is on the line here, pal. Oh, that should be right. Oh. Alright, so we have to decipher this code for this little robot here. Alright, bear with me a sec. It's pen and pad time. I'll get Tiny Barbatus back to repair. Whilst we were cleaning the living room yesterday, Tiny Barbatus took a spell, and so they're currently in the mech workshop getting repaired. Alright. Okay, so the command robot pattern. So the command robot pattern is weird triangle, weird G, weird G, weird triangle, funky looking robo square. And if we go over here, this gives us a little code. So funky triangle is dot line dot. Okay, at the bottom, funky square with an antenna is dot dot line. So now we just need to work out what dodgy G is. Dodgy G could be dot line, line dot line, which you can see here, but maybe. Or it's line line dot. Okay. So let's have a look. I should be okay for this one. I should be okay. So that's correct. But this would be that. So that should be the command code. It wasn't that we were doing it wrong, it's we were typing in the wrong code. We were typing in the code to communicate with Big Orb. Ah, get fucked, tiny robot! Alright, so let's try the next one. There we go!
Oh. Yay.
Okay, Robo Horse. We've got a mission to save. Fuck yeah! I think this was the first clip we saw from the feckin' trailers. Oh, fuck! And the child is dead. QTE button! QTE button! Fucking weave! Oh shit! Fuck that one guy! Fuck! I do not fancy Robo Horse's chances, and I'm starting to really care about it. It's got spider legs, but it's got the heart of a what? Fuck. I'll never forget you, Spider Horse. Now see, Hunter, that's the kind of thing that will summon Wraith from a slumber. For those of you that didn't get the chance to experience the Longship Watch's OG Gundam, for some reason, of all the things that happened in the... And this is the movie cuts of the original Mobile Suit Gundam. The fact that Char could jump off a horse at full tilt and just stop, for some reason, that did Wraith an absolute damage. And they're still mad about it to this day. I see, Edwin, I kind of thought of it more like Spider Horse to the tune of Black Betty. Yeah, Spider Horse, do-do-do. Spider Horse had a job, baby. Spider Horse go wild. But no, I really do think that the that this is going to be less of like a Philip K. Dick horror story and more of a... This is meant to be the team sent to rescue everybody, but it's like an automated rescue system, and it's all gone very, very, very wrong. That's my current prevailing theory. Well, no, so I don't think we're the baddies. I think it's meant to be like, these machines were sent after the colony ship crashed, right? And they're here to, air quotes, help. They think their programming is here to help them rescue everyone, right? Numbers, to my knowledge, this isn't the same team, no. What am I missing here? Proud of yourself there, holy boss? Are you proud? Let me stop mid-puzzle so I have to make a tit of myself. And sorry, numbers. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Holy Boss Crusader. Thank you. No, thank you and all that you stand for. Because now I have to stand for this. I've been working on this belly for a while. I can't maintain this if you make me get up and do exercise. Feckin' crime. Oh, you're very proud of yourself, huh? Beast, thank you for filling the pint glass. Holy Crusader, thank you, and the horse and the spider robo horse you rode in on. Publisher! I cannot get paid enough for this. My dignity, so cheap. I know I am a gentleman without dignity, and I'm okay with this. I came to kind of peace with that many days. Many days, many years. Time has no concept. Oh, that's how we need to get up to there. So, Holy Boss, we don't know specifically what's happened to our little pet, but it looks like they've been captured. So, we're on our way to save them. And I guess save the other people in our village or whatever, but we know what we really care about. I should be able to jump on that thing's face. Oh, fuck off. I should be able to jump on that thing and ride like a hoverboard, but you know, it's fine, I guess. Oh, Jesus. Okay, cool. So that guy has no chill. Yeah. And also, so Holy Bus Crusade, it seems that the, The cutie patootie thing that's following us is basically a race of like, they might have been engineered, but they're basically companion animals for the colonists who crash landed here. And I think that's kind of fascinating. That's why it can interact with varying life forms, and it explains some of the stranger creatures on here. The TLDR that I can guess is that we are a descendant from a group of colonists who came here to wreck. What the fuck am I supposed to do with you dingleberries? Like, there isn't even a vehicle that I can... There isn't an object I can use to distract them or steal. I guess I gotta follow them when they jump down and head up. Do that. Well, yeah, so Barbles, that is an interesting question. Like, what did cause the colony ship to crash? Shazoom! Sorry, we were talking about colony ships and stuff like that, and I was just reminded that... I was just reminded that whole swaths of New Trigon are not good. Alright, we're going up to the mothership. Let's go! Big ship. See, now I want a burrito. Can't get a burrito. So no, but it's mostly just because we're saving cash at the moment, you know. Everyone has been very, very lovely, but we're still trying to dig ourselves out of a fiscal hole, so I don't want to go spaff an inordinate amount of cash on good burritos, you know. But like, hey, I am not eating poorly. I am doing very well. Oh yeah, no, Farbles, an art book of this game is almost legally required. Alright, anyway. It's a roundup. Welcome to Earth! Oh yeah, no, Legend, life be expensive, and also this year fiscally sucks for everybody, not just for us. And despite it all, the Longship, I mean, all of you lot are keeping us going, so... Yeah, I eat well, just cheaply. I will probably hit the store after stream, and I don't know. I'll probably do one of my ungodly large salads and eat so much food that I have a little food coma snooze. It'd be great. And you're right, Agonaniki, eating all of the foliage is one of the few...
Get your damn burrito.
Oh, numbers. Thank you. I wasn't fishing, alright? Like, you all have put in an inordinate amount of stuff, so I don't want to take the piss. Thank you so much, friend. I mean, honestly, like, the reason I keep thinking about it is because I've been talking to some friends from like back home in the UK, and it's lovely catching up with them. But the thing that I keep thinking about is like how the fact that you can't get good Mexican food, good mac and cheese, stuff like that in the UK is a crime. It is an absolute fucking crime. Oh god! For a second there I was like, oh, it's some kind of cool arc. Nah. They're just juicing them! Kid, stop fucking around! And yes, Mordecai, the System Shock remake did come out today. Hey, Legend, if there's one thing the Brits are really good at, it is stealing shit from other people. Look at the curry! Feckin' tasty. Alright, I'm gonna go save little friendo in, apparently the, we've crept into the ending of, Metroid Dread. Now, see, there are a couple of places in, like, central London that get it. The idea, because, like, the mac of mac and cheese is like an element type, right? You can do a lot with it. It can be a baseline food, it can be added to other things, it can be a vehicle for greatness. Oh, safe. Okay. Got itchy face, exactly the same moment I have to make precision jumping, so hold that thought. But no, just... Oh, the only thing I was going to add is that there was one place near to me. I was working at Probable that was called Baby Got Mac, and it was a grilled cheese sandwich stand, and its big iconic signature was the Baby Got Mac, which was a pulled pork mac and cheese grilled cheese sandwich. Kid, you gotta stop fucking around. We can solve this. Scream at this child.
Okay, time to earn your key. Right, so you can't go in through that way. Getting real big what is my purpose vibes here. Oh, okay, I think I've got an idea. So basically we're going to pull the cage along and try and shove out the cage with our friendo in. Which seems like a dumb idea. That seems like it would just like fast forward the mincing process, but alright. Okay. Hey, this game learned very quickly that I'm absolutely going to give a hot heck. Tiny cutie patootie. Hopefully they won't get a mad concussion when we knock them off this platform. Oh, don't mind me. My name's Derek the Drone. Cutie! Please be okay! Hey! Brendo! Look at that little cutie. And we can pet them because that is what is needed. Alright, now we shall send them forth as the Great Flying Destroyer with tiny teethies. Tiny bitey. Unleash the tiny bitey. Tiny bitey away! Rolling around at the speed of sound. Woo! Back and wee! 10 out of 10 landing. No notes. But yeah, no, Holy Boss and all of you, thank you for chucking bits in, alright?
You're welcome.
Thank you. The Nuggies are getting some fresh salad, so that's the happy squeakings you're hearing. Ah! Kid's dead. Oh, and Holy Boss, you get yourself a brand new shiny shield. Job's a good one.
No, still dead. Somebody needs a grapple slug. Every game is better with a grappling hook. There are no exceptions. That's actually a scientific fact. There is not a single video game that isn't improved by adding a grapple hook. Oh, fuck sticks. That's on me. That one's on me. Oh. It's weird that didn't work the first time. I thought it went sideways because I didn't know what I was doing, but no. Oh, apparently Limbo wants its shit back. Oh, I don't like that. There's nothing quite like a white, unknowable void with creepy baby laughs. Oh shit! Friends, this is behind the scenes of Ubisoft's hit video game, Imagine Babies. This is where the babies are imagined! Soylent Green is babies. This is fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. Yo, has anyone seen the pyramid from Control? We're good, mate. No es bueno. Oh! Oh, man, they're being fed the mushed up creatures on the planet. Oh, okay. I had a feeling, Legend, that, yeah, the pyramid was on a smoke break. Those can last up to hundreds of years. Too soon. Too soon. And Holy Bus again, thank you for the bits. The fact that we are snarking about affordable housing through the very medium that allows me to pay for my flat. The irony is not lost on me. So numbers, from having spent the day with this, for these end sections, it's using a lot of like the color theory, but it absolutely beasts both Limbo and Inside in terms of scale and size. Like, the environments in this world and the elements feel feckin' massive. And because your primary relationship is us and this cutie patootie, it gives everything this, like, this grounded scale. You know? Limbo's interesting, and Inside is saying some very specific things about, like, you know, it's saying some very specific arty things until you turn into, well, the thing that is inside.
Lana? Ila? Lana? Ila! Lana!
Time to run! Oh, child, how are you alive? Parkour, parkour! Also, I do like how they're using the very thing that shows us where our little friendo is to show us where we need to be going. Like, little friendo knows. I do not know what just happened. This movie I keep trying to remember. There was about like an alien invasion in LA, and the lead guy wasn't Brandon Boyd of Incubus, but looked a whole lot like him. And I keep trying to remember that one. So that was a hell of a good one. Between that and Nope. I don't know, I guess I've just got extraterrestrial bizarreness on the brain. Well, this is fine. This is fine. What's the line? Dormammu, I've come to bargain. That kid just got cooked. I don't know, Immortal then. Is the big angry glowing sun okay? Fuck sticks. Yeah, no, holy bus. Yeah, I'll chuck the tortillas on. Jobs are good. Oh, piss. This might take a couple tries.
See? We kept saying it and not X1 believed us. The sun is a deadly space laser.
Yeah, we've known this for a fucking while. Oh, fuck you, child! The child isn't going to listen to instructions. They're going to get cooked by a microwave. This is bad. We've obviously got to touch the ore before getting cooked. Now we've got to get our cutie patootie over here. How's that gonna fucking work? Oh! I guess we just weren't close enough, but... Yeah! Fucking spirit bomb, let's fucking go!
See goggles. They do no think.
You got this, little buddy! Fuck it up! Yeah! Kick his ass, little dude! Oh, this child is not coming out of this okay. But so long as the cutie patootie is safe. Oh, come on, my arm is hurting! Stop! Ah! It's the fucking knife fight all over again! This kid has just been hot microwaved. Oh no! I am your new god!
And that is how the perfect burrito was made, through came Amos and the sun, a somewhat unlikely pairing.
Sorry, Boss Bacon, Boss again, like, thank you for the bits, you feckin' legends. No, don't you fucking dare! No! Fuck. Dick move. Dick move, giant son. Dick move. Could have melted the kid and I wouldn't have cared. Peace. Yeah, Hunter. I think this little facility was super high up as well. No.
I just hear the Mass Effect assuming control. Oh, fuck! Little cat's like, I am your god now! Fuck yeah. Big Eye says hello.
Moi!
Superboy! He is your god now. Oh no, Spider Horse is still completely obliterated. Yeah, hanging out with my little slow cats. No.
Menomui. Olai.
Yeah. For I am the Omnissiah. Oh. That's the thing with these indie games, you never know. No one is safe. The cuter they are.
Ezra. Tumara nue. Tumara, tumara. Nuere.
Oh, for us, Gio.
Meno. Ilai Ezra. Yai.
Gotta pet the cutie. Gotta pet the cutie. So basically, from what we could tell from the earlier stuff, oh, that's cool. Big robot's like, I'm helping. Mate, please stop putting wood on the fucking. We're trying to fix it. They tried. I'm sorry. More wood for the house! Please stop, robot, please. I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Grumpy old lady's got like the little robot helping out. Holy Boss, like, I think if you tell the devs, I don't think it would take much to convince them, you know what I mean? It's a little cutie patootie. Okay. Capture mech as your own personal little fishing spot, that's pretty metal. That's pretty fucking metal. I kind of feel bad because our character's motivation was saving our friendo. My motivation throughout this whole thing is protect the cute. Like at this point, we're probably going to see friendo and be like, oh, what's up? Like, no thanks given. What's up, Amos? Oh no, dude! Stop! Outside!
Amos!
Outside!
Come on.
Go on!
The outside.
Yeah. Sorry, bear with us a second. Hello, hello. Sorry about that. Let's let us finish up this lovely adventure.
Imaki!
Everything happens so much. Oh.
Pamaki! Pamaki muy! Olai!
Hopefully there's enough food left for the populace after the robots basically just consumed and liquefied all of the wildlife. Yeah, the mulching of those animals won't have any lasting ramifications.
Olai!
There we go. What a wonderful game. Legend, you might not be wrong. You might not be wrong. Sorry. Oh, what a beautiful game, everyone. Like, I gotta say, I really might sit down and chip away at the secret shrines in this one, because I have a feeling that that mural really says a lot. And there we go.
That was the planet of Lana. So yeah, so from what I could glean, the settlers on this planet were like second or maybe even third generation colonists. I mean, shit, maybe older. And whatever the machines sent was something to do with that colony project. Considering the way that it was constructed almost like quarters, and it didn't feel like a livestock grab. It really did feel like an automated system that was doing its job, but its job doesn't work anymore. You know what I mean? There isn't anyone to rescue here. These people have made this planet their home. So... God, what a beautiful game. It didn't outstay its welcome. And holy crud, when it went big, it went big. I think that's the thing that's going to stick with me. I know I said this while we were playing a lot, but just the fucking scale of it. Like, holy crud. Now, I'm not going to do the last of the secrets. If you want to do a deep dive into this, if you want to find out the bits that we missed, it is available on Game Pass. You can pick it up on Steam. You know, please, 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 like, support this title because it's fucking glorious. And that's the thing with these indie games. You never know if they're going to kill the cutie patootie or not. You never know. God. So here's what I'm going to do, friends. I'm going to roll credits. I'll bring our adventures to a close. And then I'll see what kind of lovely Mother Hubbards are rolling around on this twitch.television. So do stick around because we can make somebody's day. But fucking thank you. Like, I'm not saying that I only, you know, live for these kind of narrative platformers or the ilk, but when these kinds of games get it right, it's something special. And it's something wonderful to share. You know? What I like about this one is that it is very clearly a very specifically told story. It's just told without language, and it's for us to decipher. This isn't an emotional, interpretive title. This is the story of what happened here. And I think there's more to glean. Oh, yeah, Edwin, the soundtrack for this game was absolutely beautiful. And it pulled off one of the most difficult things when you have an excellent soundtrack, is knowing when to just sit with the quiet of it all. We've played quite a few games like this over the years, and it's interesting to see the ones that really do stand out. Fucking yo. So friends, thank you for coming with me on this journey. For all of you that have just hung out and lurked, thank you. For all of you that have chucked in cash so we can keep going, extremely fucking thank you. I think you can all see now as well, like, why this game blew me away at PAX. Like, when I took off the headphones and the noise kind of washed back over me like a wave. It was so strange to go from this beautiful, calm environment to, you know, a convention hall full of people. I'd forgotten they were there. And, I don't know, I think once I've had time to digest this game, I'll better understand how specifically they did it. Fucking yo. Fucking yo. Right. Friends. Tomorrow we have more Rain World. So let me start making a move. And we can natter about this game tomorrow or what have you. And then again, Thursday, Fantasy Video Game League. If you would like to join in, then just be here for Thursday. Alright? So, to Megaboss, Manners and Numbers, you'll donated a buttload of money, and I will make sure it goes to something super tasty for this evening. If not the burritos, then something good. To Bacon, Holy Boss Crusader, Fearless Sun, Vanderbeest, Wolfcrad, J-Post, Catastros,
Crocs, Favor 6 Numbers, Stepagen, and the Katana, who stopped on in earlier. What a welcome. Thank you all so much. Your moderator today was not just Caffeine, but we did also see Lizzie T. Pow and Rhymes with Moose, despite the fact the credits seem to want to discourage them, or discount them. The Archivist was our new follow person, who hopefully we get to chat with more. And Gilmar Greyjoy and the Archivist were both... sorry, to Aperios, Off the Beep and Hunter, thank you to Raids. But no, to... I think both... both of the subs today... One was a long time super spree and the other was a first time. So a wonderful juxtaposition. Yeah, no, Angel Kalina, we're just about to trundle on over. I'm just seeing which of our friendos is rolling.
I'd have a good night, Will and chat.
You too. And thank you again. I mean all of you. You know, thank you for putting up with my dumb ass last week, because, you know, no, you lot are very, very good to us, and I'm extremely grateful for that, alright?
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! Farbles, that's fucking cool of you. Here's me trying to bring us on over to our next stream. It does make me laugh that every stream that I'm checking now, I'm just having to sit through an advert for Tears of the Kingdom, as if anyone on Twitch.television doesn't know about it. Friends, I know it's an absolute change in tone, but I'd like to go over to Jetman J, because Jay has been giving us like raid after raid after raid of late, and I'd really like to return the favour. Because usually I'm running too late to raid into Jay. So, yeah, I'd love to introduce you all. They're currently playing the System Shock remake. And looking at the kit they have, they're still very early on. So, well, possibly. So, yeah. Friends, thank you for an absolutely wonderful day. Yeah, tomorrow we've got more of the Spearmaster, and we're either towards the end, or we're at least towards the bit where we can get rid of this bloody pearl, so it should certainly be an interesting day. But yeah. Just, seriously, thank you all. A fucking great day. I'm very glad I get to share all this with you lot, so feckin' yo. Sorry, not really exactly the cleverest of clever big words. But that's how I feel. Right. Have a lovely rest of your evening. See you tomorrow. Good night, friends. Let's go say hi to Jay.